So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair, because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you so busy frying it. That's why you so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight.
Yes, sir.
Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, E.T., Ren E, Shakanduku Kemet. How are you, brothers and sisters? Hope you're doing well. We have YK13 who said hello. Greetings to you. Feel free to get on board, brothers and sisters. As the title says, it's free talk, so any topic is welcome, as is the case all the time. Nevertheless, so Let me know what's good. Yesterday, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Um, I decided to go live because I had an hour on my hands, and I was talking with Inspired One. One moment, please. Yeah, so I was talking with Inspired One, and ultimately the conversation turned into colorism. And amazingly, the next day, I come across some news regarding an artist called Steph London. She's a sister from the UK. And a while back, well, years back, apparently, she had put out a tweet, and it was a matter of colorism. Now, she has apologized. She said that she was angry, she was being teased or harassed or whatever. But at least she apologized for her statement. It's good enough. Now, you have heard the opening of this live stream, and I don't think there was any apology for saying that our broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair is a disfigurement because we are marked after we rebelled against God. There was a mention of the essence of ugliness. So, that being said, we talked about this letter or so called confession of a undercover agent regarding the death of Malcolm X. I don't think there's any new information that transpired. Besides that, the Hebrews and the Moors. Where can we find the Hebrews in history? What were they called? What is the time period? What is the data? What are the records that we can go to in order to have attestation of the Hebrews in history? Some people might feel like we have mentions, either singular or plural, it's up to you. Some people feel like we do have mention of them around 1500 BC, maybe 13, 1200 BC, maybe 1000 BC, but it might be even more recent than that. And when it comes to the Moors, where are the Moorish rulers? Have you heard about this claim of black Moors civilizing Europe? One of the greatest lie ever told, and it's been running for a long time. And it's similar to another lie of black Arabs. Now, that lie has not been going on for a long time. That lie is very recent, a very recent, in comparison with the claims of Moors running Europe for 700 years. Now, who knows? I might be enlightened because I don't know it all. So some of you might be aware of some depictions, paintings, or whatever. But I guess on paintings, we will have a clearer picture. Some people might bring up statues. We have some artifacts from Kemet where on statues we can clearly see the phenotype, but we still have painting. Indeed, we do. So let me know. But it's quite interesting, really, because at the end of the day, that's one of the reasons why people hate on Kemet. Because they know that we have attestation for the individuals that we are talking about. And a lot of time they like to be slick and try to make comparison with their um patriarchs and the deities or the Necheru of Kemet, as if they could put a timestamp on it. I think I've already quoted from the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt, but some people, some historical people, have been deified over time. So who knows? Maybe some of the Necheru were actually human beings, and later on they were deified. But the time period is most likely very far away. I don't think anybody can put any date for the Necheru. So we might never know. And if we don't know, it's fine because we have records about many individuals. Now, I was thinking about something when I was at work. I was thinking about not only people claiming that the Medu Neter has not been deciphered, but bearing Kemetic names. Now, a Kemetic name is a name with hieroglyphic. And hieroglyphic is the Greek word for the Medu Neter. The Medu Neter is the word that the indigenous Africans called their own language and writing. So it's quite interesting and strange for people to claim that the Medu Neter has not been deciphered, but yet bearing African names or Medu Neter names. And the second thing is that some of them might not bear Kemetic names, but we have Afro-Asiatic in a place to be. Saitu Birikaika. So they might not bear Kemetic names, but they will talk about the story or the history of ancient Egypt. Where do they get that information from? For the most part, the history that we know about ancient Egypt comes from the records of ancient Egypt. There are some instances of records coming from outside places, and the most known is the cuneiform writing, the Amarna tablets, for example. But besides that, the majority of what we know from ancient Egypt, unless you're talking about late period when the Greek were over there and they wrote in their own language as well as the Medu Neter. So the majority of what we know about ancient Egypt or Kemet, that comes from the text. And the texts are in hieroglyphic or Medu Neter. So it's a huge inconsistency when we hear people who claim that the Medu Neter has not been deciphered, but yet they're going to say, well, you know, this pharaoh did this and that pharaoh did that, and King Tut did this, and Akhenaten did that, and Amenhotep III did that, and Thutmose did that, Jehutimes did that, Queen Hatshepsut did that, Ramesu Meri Imen did that, Userma Atra Setepenra Ramesu Meri Imen did that. Anyway, what's on your mind, brothers and sisters? Let me know. I gave different clues or different I gave different directions or options in terms of conversation. The Moorish claim should be the easiest because the records are supposed to be more recent. But hey, if you want to talk about something else, then feel free. Feel free. As a matter of fact, maybe now the thumbnail will appear. So I'm going to let people know that we are live. What's the issue with the thumbnail? Okay, now it shows. Great. Do that. Oh, by the way, I've shared the invite link. I can see that Afro-Asiatic has written the same things that he writes all the time, and he's allowed to repeat himself. He has a right to. We will touch on that unless there's something new. So that's it for YouTube. Now I'm sharing on Twitter. You can remove this. Oh, they might have updated it. Okay. Okay. And okay. I will share somewhere else as well. I'm still here. I'm just sharing on another platform. Then we're gonna get this thing cracking. It'd be much more convenient if people were just on Twitter. So I would just share on one place and that's it. And that's it. Now, Team Swahili Worldwide asked, what flag is that? And asked if it's Mambo. When you say Mambo, do you mean the title of priestess? This is the Haitian flag. Now, I will not go into chronological order. I will just address the second comment. Well, let's say the last comment from Afro-Asiatic, and then I will address the one before last. There he wrote, what's the logical conclusion? You repeat the same video of Minister Farrakhan Mohammed every time. Who's Farrakhan Mohammed? I never heard of him. Anybody know Farrakhan Mohammed? It's Farrakhan Lewis. Now, I don't repeat it every time, but this is Supreme Wisdom, so nobody should have any problem with the Supreme Wisdom. Well, Supreme Wisdom as per the Afro-Asiatics. Now, the one before says both Metu, Neter, and Akkadian cuneiform are classified Afro-Asiatic language, and Berber, Hausa, and Chadic. Why is that? If the languages aren't black at the root? Well, Afro-Asiatic is a language family. You cannot determine that because the speakers of that family, of that language family, shared the same phoneme, that it makes them of the same ethnic group. And we could ask linguists and historians. Now, we have Die Hard Patriot 3. Greetings to you. Now, keep the comments going, brothers and sisters. I really like seeing what you have in your mind. It's very interesting to know. So, Afroasiatic wrote, are you familiar with... Oh! Are you familiar with Alur Saho Bagara, Yoruba Oyo Hausa Somali Midwest, no, not Midwest, Mid-East oral traditions? Are these testimonials invalid? If so, cha 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 cha, yeah, cha. Wow. If so, by whose standard have they been tested? Now, I'm glad you mentioned that once again. If people have some oral tradition, it doesn't make it a fact at all. Or not at all. Not at all. In Africa, you have people who claim to be descendant of Prophet Muhammad because they feel like it's a good look to say that. And it doesn't make it a fact at all. You see? There was a guy, don't remember his name, but you might find it online. He claims to be a descendant of Prophet Muhammad. He's a white skin Arab or Berber or Asiatic or Middle Easterner, whatever, however you want to call him. Let's say Asiatic, for lack of a better word. And you have some black people, dark-skinned black people, who claim to be descendant of Prophet Muhammad. So there, one side is wrong. That's just one example that shows you that we cannot rely on oral tradition. The Moors have oral tradition that we come from Mu, from Lemuria. Some even talk about Atlantis. The Nation of Islam has an oral tradition that black people are cursed because they rebelled against God. Afroasiatic is asking, how is their claim disqualified without being tested research? Well, be my guest. Amongst the black people who claim to be descendant of Prophet Muhammad and the white people who claim to be descendant of Prophet Muhammad, there's most likely a side that is wrong. Do you want to test Mu and Lemuria, brother? Do you want to test Atlantis, brother? Well, good luck. Now, Die Hard Patriot 3 wrote, how many years have you been studying religion and Kemet? A few years. Over a decade. And then Die Hard Patriot wrote, have you ever considered writing a book, putting all your research in an organized and condensed form? I have thought about it many times, but I'm realistic. If I release a book now, I would not sell a satisfying amount. So I won't do it, you know. I won't do it, not as of now. Who knows, maybe later on. But yes, I have to be realistic. I have to be realistic. Afroasiatic wrote, I said, Alur Sahomas. Those are just different tribes. I don't need to read it all. How do you arbitrarily dismiss thousands of years of Wolves edition? Now, I don't understand Wolves edition. Okay, of oral tradition. Okay. Um, well, if you go around and believe in all the oral traditions in different people and different population, different tribes, more power to you. That's not how history works. Now, a historian might mention this is the oral tradition of that tribe, but the historian will not say uh, this is the story of that tribe. This is what this tribe did. People can mention those people say such and such. We need evidence for claims. What does the data allow us to say? So, do you believe in Mu and Lemuria? I don't. And I sure don't believe that black people come from that place. Die Hard Patriot 3 wrote, yes, definitely. I like books because it's organized. I get what you're saying about sales. If you don't have money for marketing, you need a big fan base. And you're correct. I agree with you. People have a very big fan base. It's not even a problem. They don't even need a publishing company. They can self-publish and do their thing. I mean, I could go the ebook route, but once again, there's not enough people. There's not enough people.
Qu'est-ce que je t'ai dit là? Ça va pas la tête ou quoi là?
The minute you look away, they take advantage. Die Hard Patriot wrote, it just gets overwhelming.
Viens.
You will cause less trouble by being with me here. T'as vu? Oh là 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 là. Oh là 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 là. Tiens, prends ça, tiens. Die Hard wrote, it just gets overwhelming. Studying this stuff and being organized is best. Do you have playlists or place you recommend us to start on your channel? Well, I used to recommend people to scroll through the videos, but I realized that a while back, well, not long ago, you are limited in your ability to scroll down. You can click more, maybe 3-4 times, and then that's it. When before you could click on more by scrolling down and then more until you will just basically go through all the videos. But there are too many videos now. There are hundreds of videos. So there are the suggestions as well. When you watch a video, you will have some suggestion, but it will not be only my videos. So have you watched the video called Kemet Ma'at? That's what I will recommend people to start with. Have you seen it? Now, Die Hard is asking, I know you offer one class that's organized, but is it for beginners? It is for beginners. For the people who want to learn the Medu Neter. Okay, you haven't seen it. Okay, right. I will share the link. That's the link there. Full title is Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, but usually for short, I just say Kemet and Ma'at. Now, yes, the class, yes, they are for beginners. Now, some people have taken the classes and they actually already know some Medu Neter, but I go right from the beginning and we work our way up. So if anybody is interested in learning the Medu Neter, then feel free. Now, if people want to talk about other stuff than the Medu Neter, they want to use it as a have it one-on-one session, or they can. But mainly it's for Medu Neter. So people want to know the language. Now we have Mama Ivan and Eve, who wrote her body from Maryland. Parigani. Karibu. Asante for being here. No. Ça va pas la tête ou quoi? Aphrasetic wrote, love and compassion for our people keeps the fire burning, the desire to be edified. Now, is there anybody else that have not yet seen the video called Kemetimad? Is there anybody that hasn't seen that video yet? Okay, now Mama Ivan and Eve wrote, Asante sana, I'm new at your channel. Unasema Kiswahili vizuri sana au si vizuri sana? Okay, well, Mama Ivan and Eve, here's the link. It's the video that I am the most proud of. Ndio, vizuri sana. Unatoka wapi? Our brother knows some Swahili. And I'm just asking him where he's from. Oh, Tanzania. Okay. Now, I don't know what Nana Ongea means. But from the sentence, I guess it means it's a way to say that I speak. Nina toka Tanzania. Okay. Haya. Nasema Kiswahili kidogo. Yes, I speak. I figured that. Oh, I forgot to put this thing on the screen, but hey. Nakupenda Kiswahili. Ninataka sema Kiswahili vizuri sana. Lakini baadaye. Well, keep it coming, brothers and sisters. Feel free. If there's any people who want to speak French, go ahead. Si vous voulez parler français, allez-y. There are some people who want to speak Haitian Creole. And suit yourself. Si gen moun ki vle parler créole, ou met vini ou met parler. Ap fon ti parler. Keep it coming, keep the comments and questions going, brothers and sisters. Tu vois? Wonderful. Karibu. Well, it looks like you're going to be shy today. It's been half an hour. Hey, you can always put an end to it. You know, ask your questions. Hey, we have 2 new people on the chat. So if by any chance you would like to get on the panel, you have the link. But just in case, I'll share it here. Call in link. It'll be a good look if you call in. Some people are shy. They want to show their face, but you don't have to show your face. So should we call it a day, brothers and sisters? Or should we keep the conversation going? Should we keep this free talk going? Oh, Radio One. What's up, brother? What's up, brother? Radio One. I don't know if you're talking, but we don't hear you. But you are not muted, however. Well, we have another caller called Joseph. Oh, it's an Asian. Okay. Greetings, Joseph.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing great.
Um,
Thanks for calling.
you can see me. Yeah, of course. Thanks for having this live.
No problem.
Yeah, so I'm on here because I am learning all about religion lately in the past 3 months. I've been really diving deep. Can you hear me still?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry. It's just my daughter. It's just.
Oh, okay. No, I plugged in my headphones. Just wanted to make sure. But so I've been learning about religion a lot the past 3 months. Just studying all different types of things, and of course, I ran into just Kemet because these are the things you run into. I wanted to ask you because I've seen a few of your videos, and I can kind of see what your final opinion is, but I just want to make sure, what is your opinion on what the true religion is, or the true spirituality in the world? The original, true, unperverted spirituality. What do you think it is?
I wouldn't say there's a true religion because different
Okay.
people have different beliefs. Yes, different people have different beliefs and different spirituality, and whatever works for them then is good. And a lot of time, the people who are powerful on this planet have a spirituality or religion that ties them to their history, culture, and language. But for Black people, it's not the case. You see, um, Christianity. Some people might argue that it starts with the Romans, the Catholics. So that's nowhere near where our people originates. And when it comes to Judaism, then that will be somewhere around the Middle East or um, Canaan. And even though some people feel like the Canaanites were black, I kind of disagree with that. And I showed some
Uh-huh.
depictions of Canaanites. And finally, with Islam, it's the same thing. That's Arabia. And we don't have much artifacts or depictions, but we have a few artifacts from people in Arabia. But as far as I'm concerned, those people in those different areas of the Levant, Mesopotamia, Sumer, Akkad, and they were Caucasian white skin. So it doesn't tie us to where we originate from. But I'm a person who's a Christian most likely will feel like Christianity is the true religion, and
Right.
same with a Muslim. But um, it, as long as people do good, as long as people do good and don't hurt others, then that would be good enough. But unfortunately, we can look at history. It has never been like that.
Right.
Mm.
Okay. So, wow, I'm actually really surprised that after all of your research, and you said you've been doing this over a decade. I asked you how long you've been doing this, and you said a couple years. I know you were being humble, because then when you said a decade, I was like, holy crap, a decade? That's a long time. And for you to still, I'm pretty surprised. I thought you were going to say that one is more true than the other. That's usually what a lot of people that study Kemet conclude on, from what I've seen, that people that are all about Kemet and educate people about Kemet usually say Kemet is the original spirituality. Everybody else copied Kemet. Everybody else perverted our teachings, stuff like that.
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah. Well, the thing, the things that sometimes people don't articulate their thought in a very good manner, and there's been some plagiarism. So then it's up to people to decide what is better, the original or the copy. If people ask me what is better between the original and the copy, I would say the original. You see, now Kemet is most likely best for Black people. You see, because it ties us to our culture. Now, I'm not saying that all Black people come from Kemet, of course, but we have remnants of spirituality. And even when it comes to languages, some scholars have shown that and the link to the PDF is on my video entitled West Africa Relationship with Kemet. And we can see some words in different African languages that are uh, the same or very similar to the Medu Neter or hieroglyphic. So I think what they're trying to say is that the Abrahamic religion, particularly Christianity, have copied a great deal from Kemet, but to follow Ma'at or to follow, well, everybody could follow Ma'at. Just like anybody could follow a principle that is telling you to act good and to do good. But I don't see black people alone. They have a hard time living the Abrahamic belief system. So I don't even see Arabs, white Europeans, and Israelis, Hebrews, Jews living their belief system and go and follow Ma'at. You see, so it's true that some people who follow Kemet they feel like it's the best thing, but then again, it's just like Muslims think that it's the best thing,
Right,
and
right,
like Christians think so it's the best
right.
thing. But unfortunately, a lot of people talk about Kemet, but they don't really know a great deal.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, so right
Mm.
now I'm more trying to find what is the most true, and by true I mean what has the most evidence, whose arguments are the most true. I think it's very possible that we really don't have a we'll never have a full 100% confidence that one spirituality or religion is more true than another. um, I think it's just all theory. But you mentioned something interesting. You said that you feel like black people have a hard time following the Abrahamic religions. Why do you think that is?
No, no. Maybe I made a mistake, but what I was trying to say is that um, black people have a lot hard time living the Abrahamic belief system.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Why do you think
So
that is?
history, slavery, colonialism,
Got it.
and mainstream media. Like you see, the Berbers, those are North Africans, and they have some spirituality. And today, themselves, they call themselves Arabs, and most people also call them Arabs, but they don't have anything to do with Arabs at all. It's just that the Arabs um, left their territory and they conquered many different areas. They conquered North Africa, and now those people in North Africa they consider themselves to be Arabs. Now some of them know they know no we are Berbers. Actually, some of them still follow their traditional ways, but it is not really seen in a good eye. But so people invade you, conquer you, and they say this is the way,
Hmm.
that's the best way, and they might be mild. They might say, well, you can practice your stuff, but uh, stay in your lane or stay in your place. Or they might really feel like, okay, you cannot practice anything else because it's pagan, it's hidden, and so on. You see,
Hmm.
and
Right.
for us, the history, I think most people know, there was a transatlantic slave trade after the sub-Saharan slave trade, and Africans, enslaved Africans, were not allowed to follow their spirituality. So
Right.
where my parents are from in Haiti, it's a bit particular because they did manage to end slavery, but because the religion of Christianity or Catholicism was put on them for so long, then it has a deep root now still. Some people do syncretism, they do both.
Right.
But yes, in other places, in other countries, people did not manage to get rid of slavery at that time. So there is less remnant of African spirituality. Uh, if you don't mind, can I ask you where you're from?
Yeah, I'm from United States, California.
Mm. But I mean, originally.
Oh, my parents are from Mexico.
Oh, hola, hola. I don't really,
Yeah. Hola.
I don't really speak Spanish like that, but Spanish is very similar to to French. Well, you know, when I saw you, I thought you were Asian.
I know you said that. I
Yes,
started
yes.
laughing. Yeah, a lot of people think that too.
Mm.
That I'm Asian, but I had seen a video or something that kind of explains why Mexicans have slanted eyes. I think there is some sort of Asian that's mixed in with us or something like that.
It's possible, yes,
Yeah.
in a very remote time. How do you feel
Uh-huh.
about black people who say that because they talk about the Olmecs, you know, you have the Olmec heads, and they feel like black people were there. They feel like the Olmecs were there, were them. Now, we have the Olmecs and the Aztecs and the Mayans, so I'm
Hmm.
not very good about the dates, about knowing who comes first out of those three different population. But to me, the Olmec head, if and I've said that before, but if we look at some of the people, like for example, that we see in Hawaii and Tahiti, and well, I don't know if you pronounce it like that, but Tahiti and Hawaii, you will have some people who have similar physical feature. So when
Hmm.
it's on the stone, it would appear as if it's a black person, but it might not necessarily be the case. But nevertheless, that can be debatable when it comes to these particular hallmark heads. But I don't know if you've seen that, but you have a lot of black people who feel like they're indigenous and they love to show pictures of Native Americans, and some of them with, you know, dark skin and a lot of time black and white pictures, and they say this is us. How do you feel about that? Do you agree?
Man. I disagree. I disagree with that. Just in short, I don't. I think I don't. I'm not too educated on genetics and genealogy, and I do believe that all life comes out of Africa. I don't know how eventually people got less melanated over time, and how it's blacks and then start going down to Mexicans and less melanated till you get to white people. I don't know how that works, but I know that there's a bunch of people in between that are melanated that all think that they are each other as well. So
Mm,
there's even some Mexican people who think that I think they are more black than what they really are. And I'm sure it's the opposite as well.
mm.
As far as
Well,
some black people thinking that they're more Hispanic or Mexican than what they really are. Because
yeah,
when you look at like if you just look at pictures of indigenous people, they look nothing like black people at all. Like just different noses, different skin,
different
um,
hair.
different hair, everything. So
Mm,
it seems like they're vastly different people. But
mhm.
what made you bring up that question? That was a really interesting question.
Well, because you're from Mexico, so since you've
Right.
been from South America, you might have more information and more insight about the history of this area. But
Right. I wish
but
that. Go ahead.
yes, but I guess the claim that is funnier to me than the Olmecs and the Mayans and the Aztecs, that's the Moors, allegedly black Moors conquering Europe. So every now and then I bring it up and I ask them, show us some records of those black rulers because I've never seen that, you know.
Yeah.
And it's very simple. I mean, I don't know if you heard me say that before, but you have the U.S. Army. You can find them in Afghanistan or in Iraq, and you will have some black people. You will have some Asian people. You will have some Latin Americans. But it's like someone taking a picture of the black soldiers and say, "Look, black people invaded Afghanistan or Iraq." No, there was just some black soldiers as part of the U.S. Army. So when it comes to the Moors, basically, those people who conquered Europe, those were Muslims, and amongst those Muslims, you have some black people. So amazingly, they can show some pictures of eunuchs or people, whether they are eunuchs or not. Um, Basically, people were castrated. They were just in charge of harems. They kind of had a subservient position, but because they are dressed like in an Islamic Oriental way, and people want to present those paintings or depictions to us as if, look, this is a Moorish ruler. If he's a ruler, we should know his name. We should know his title. We should know the territory that he
Right.
ruled over. You
Right.
see?
Right. And that is interesting because I was going to ask a question about something, and that's very relevant to what I was about to ask.
Mhm.
So, as I study all these different religions, different perspectives, I'm reading the Old Testament, and when you read I don't know if you've ever read the Old Testament of the Bible, or
Yes.
the Torah, but you
Yes.
know that you have a lot of questions after you read that,
Yes.
and you start to see all these gods that people are worshiping. There's many gods in the Old Testament, but this ties into my question: why? A lot of people don't believe that a lot of the stuff in the Old Testament went down because there's a lack of historical evidence. And this is where you get the assumptions of plagiarism from mythology, from other spiritualities and stuff like that. Why do you think that we have such a lack of evidence for these things? And let's say even that they were plagiarized, right? Because I haven't made a conclusion yet. But let's say most of the Old Testament is plagiarized from oral traditions from other religions and all that, and they just kind of threw it together to make the scriptures that the Jewish people followed. Why do you think there's such a lack of evidence for some of these events that happened? And your answer might just be they never happened. That's why. But I just want to ask.
I was tempted to say that, but then
Right.
again, that would be my first answer, most likely because it never took place. But then I can quote Badi Ehrman and I think he talked about the book of Daniel,
Okay.
and he addressed another PhD called Richard Carrier, and he said that Richard Carrier was right about one particular passage of the Bible that is actually written after the fact. You see, and I think I might have the quote. It's always better to go directly through the quotes. So would I find it here?
Yeah, I like Bart Ehrman too. I've checked out some of his stuff, but I've never heard him talk about the Book of Daniel, so that's pretty interesting. I've read I think 2 of Bart Ehrman's books.
Which one were
Good
those?
stuff. The one about hell.
Oh, I don't know that
Yeah,
one. Okay,
so he
it
talks
must
about.
it must be one of the latest one, right?
I think so, yeah, and he kind of talks about Greek mythology and its influence on the Christian view of hell, or that's his
Okay.
theory at least. And then I read how Jesus became God. And
Oh,
that's
okay, yeah.
and that one is a theory that the scriptures are forged and that Jesus never claimed that he was God. Pretty much, it goes into that theory.
Okay, I have found that quote, so I'm gonna put Bart Ehrman about Daniel. So I've shared the link in the chat, and now I'm going to share my screen so everybody can see it.
Nice.
There. Now I think I can make this larger. Is it too large now? No, that's just okay. So it's not a long quote. It says, now this is taken from the book called "Did Jesus Exist?" And he wrote, Carrier's arguments becomes more interesting when he appeals to a passage in chapter 9 of the book of Daniel. This is one of those post-dated This is one of those post-dated prophecies so common to the final 6 chapters of Daniel. By post-dated prophecies, I mean these. The book of Daniel. Oh, my daughter again. Troublemaker she is. How is it now? Arrête. Can make this a bit larger. Shh. Okay, that'll do like that. So I mean, the book of Daniel claims to be written by a Hebrew man, Daniel, in the Babylonian exile around 550 BCE. In actual fact, as critical scholars have long known, Carrier agrees with this, it was written closer to 160 BCE. When the character Daniel in the book predicts what is going to happen, the real author, pretending to be Daniel, simply indicates what already did happen. And so it sounds as if the 6th century prophet knows the future because what he predicted in fact came to pass. So, all this to show an example that a lot of Christians or Abrahamic believers don't realize, and that is um, those books were written after the fact. It's written as if they are documented current events
Right.
or events taking place at the time when they are writing, more or less contemporaneously, when really it's decades, if not hundreds of years after.
Got it. So you told me when you were going to answer the question, your first instinct was to say the events never happened. But did you just present this evidence to say that it is possible that they did happen? Is that what you're implying?
Well, if we people can have hypotheses, but to support a hypothesis, you need evidence.
Right.
Like, it's nothing against you, but I could accuse one of my workmates of being a serial killer. You know, it's possible. But how do I go about proving that? You see? So of course, the Abrahamic believers will defend their doctrine because they believe in it. They feel like it's the word of God. So they have a drive, a urge to defend it and to come up with excuses or explanation as to why we don't have evidence or record. But just as much as they say that it's possible that it happened, then I'm just going to say it's possible that it didn't happen. And
Right.
one of the most interesting things, now I'm just, as I'm talking, I'm just grabbing my charger because my battery is about to fail me.
All good.
But actually, I might as well just plug it first. It'll be better. I'll plug it there. That's it. One of the most interesting story from the Bible, for which we don't have any record, is the story of Jesus, particularly the end of his life and his resurrection. Now, we've had people who wrote way before Jesus, 1,000 years before Jesus, 2,000 years before Jesus, 3,000 years before Jesus. But yet, during his lifetime, he would have resurrected a girl. He was a soldier's daughter, if I'm not mistaken, but I forgot the name. Resurrected Lazarus. So he brought two people back to life. Walked on water, multiplied bread and fish, changed water into wine, repaired the ear of the soldier, because I think it was Peter who cut his ear off. He will die when there is an eclipse, or what we can describe as an eclipse, and an earthquake. And I think in the Bible it says that some saints went out of their grave. So the last thing I said, I might be wrong. People can correct me, but I think in the Bible somewhere it says that some saints. Anyway,
Yeah,
so
I've never actually read that, but it might be there.
well, you know what? We can all learn every day because maybe I made a mistake. So
About the saints coming out of their grave.
yes.
Oh, are you talking about Abraham and
Oh, no, no,
Moses?
no, no. During the time of Jesus.
No, but they supposedly they were. There's some story where they're next to Jesus, so they
Now,
actually
now,
like are next to Jesus, but long after they died. Maybe that's what you're
uh,
talking about.
Now that's Matthew. Do this together. We're going to use the most famous Bible website, well, one of the most famous Bible website, which is Bible Gateway.
You're right. I see it right here, Matthew.
I'm going to use the King James version because it's like kind of a standard, even though there's a lot of dispute.
Yeah,
it's similar to Uthman with the Quran, but where is it? KJV, where is it? Oh, there it is, KJV. So now I'm going to share the screen. Okay, now let's make this larger. So that's Matthew 27, Matthew chapter 27, verse 52 to 53. And we'll make it even larger, our space. So it says, and the graves were open, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised.
Right.
And just so that people know, just so that people know that it's definitely about the time of Jesus. I'm going to do Matthew 27. And there it is. So Matthew 27, verse 50. Jesus, when he had cried again with a loud voice, yielded up the ghost. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were open, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose, and came out of the grave after his resurrection, and went into the holy city and appeared unto many. So not only the bodies of the saints went out of their graves, but the saints had a little walk, they had a little ride, and they went to holler at people in many different places. So that's a lot. But as if it's not enough, 3 days later, Jesus comes back to life and appears to people. And at the end, he makes a sermon and he goes up in the sky in front of a big crowd. And we don't have any record whatsoever of that. And that's extremely problematic. It is extremely unlikely that those things happen. And there's a trend, and that trend is to minimize the supernatural events and trying to stick to human or humanly events. I don't know if humanly is a word, but events, earthly events. That's the word.
Right, more natural.
Yes, more natural events. And people want to argue that there was some extrapolation. I don't know if that's an English word, but people basically exaggerated or added some attributes or some miracles. But there was still a human being called Jesus Christ, and he did this thing, and he was killed by the Romans. So, besides Jesus, there's the story of Jonas. I think it's Jonas, the one that was inside of the whale for I don't know how many days, came out alive. And one of them
really mystical, lots of mystical things.
Yes. And the Exodus. I mean, we've heard those stories so often, and we've seen movies about the stories. But Noah's Ark, a couple of all the animals known at the time inside of a boat. You have to wonder, because the sad thing is that if the Bible did not give any measurements, then some people might have rolled with it. Right. But with the measurements that we have, it's absolutely impossible to contain a couple of all the animals known at the time. And we can only imagine not just the hardship of feeding those animals, because people don't think about that.
Right, but taking care of them too. I mean, all that.
Feeding them, and of course, removing the feces, the excrement, out of the boat because the smell must have been very, very, very funky. So, yes, I would say most likely a lot of those things, didn't happen. And besides Noah, we have the Exodus story.
The
Even
what
if
story?
the
Are you talking about the X? Oh, okay, okay, yeah.
Exodus, yes,
Right.
Exodus. I usually say Exodus because in French we say Exode, but it's
Got
Exodus.
it. Sorry,
That's the way, yeah.
I'm
But
not
it's
too
my accent.
familiar with the
It's
French.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's my accent because a lot of times when I say some words in English that we have in French or that have the same roots, I kind of pronounce it the same the French way.
Okay.
But I have to sharpen my skills because English is not my mother tongue. But yeah, Exodus. Even if we discard the situation Pharaoh, just that population spending so many years in the desert, and oh, hold on, we have some callers. Okay, just bear with me. I think this one is probably not someone who has good intentions, but hey, let's try. Rick that ruler, Rick that
Uh,
ruler, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rick that ruler, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. First
well,
time in.
were you, which one are you in the comment box?
I'm usually Capilot
With
Ram.
Capilot Rant? Oh, okay. You weren't commenting though, as of right now?
No, no.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Okay, feel free to speak, Rick that ruler. I'm sorry, I thought you were somebody else that calls. I mean, that leaves many messages all the time, but I don't want
You
to
have a
say
troll?
not
Huh?
one, but I have one that is very motivated, to
Got
say
it.
the least. Yes. So
So,
hold on, hold on. Just bear with us, Joseph. Let's allow Rick the ruler to speak. Feel free to speak, please.
Oh, well, I just wanted to comment about the what y'all was saying about the animals coming on the ship.
Hmm.
Yeah, that is a little incorrect. Is actually it's seven animals each. It was two unclean and five clean. Um, so
It's even
that's just
more though.
something that's yeah, yeah. Really, it was seven animals, each, not two. So that was
Oh,
just something that's put out there, but that is not true. It's in the Bible. Just
I see. I see.
right.
Hmm. And is there anything else you would like to comment on?
No, really, this is my first time ever on a YouTube channel, to be honest with you. So I'm all new to this, 100%.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for calling in. Okay. Um. Well, stay. Just hold on. Bear with me. Just one moment, please. Tu pourrais pas me...
If you want to get authentic about blacks, conquering blacks, throw Maya in the trash can, throw out this rock, the slave nation, God away.
Yeah, I love Elijah Muhammad enough that if you attack him, I will kill you. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I'm not a killer. but neither are you. But if somebody attack what you love, each one of you in here would become a killer instantaneously. Am I lying? Mother, let somebody look like they're attacking your child. Here's a woman who fought a bear because the bear snatched her baby. And she ran the bear down, screaming until the bear dropped her baby. Love casts out fear. We don't give a damn about no white man law when you attack what we love. And frankly, it ain't none of your business. What have you got to say about it? Did you teach Malcolm? Did you make Malcolm? Did you clean up Malcolm? Did you put Malcolm out before the world? Was Malcolm your traitor or was he ours? And if we dealt with him like a nation deals with a traitor, what the hell business is it of yours? You just shut your mouth and stay out of it.
You back?
I'm back. So we should just shut our mouth and stay out of it. That's the way some people gets down. So everybody can feel free if you have any questions. Well, Joseph, if you have some more questions, statements, feel free.
So yeah,
And,
I only
And same to you, Rick the Ruler. Whenever you want to interject, feel free. Go ahead, Joseph.
Okay.
yeah, I only had a few more. So to conclude the last question, your answer, it sounds like you're somebody who you really have to see the evidence in order for you to believe something. Is that correct?
Like most people on this planet, yes. But
Right.
the same people, when it comes to religion now, all of a sudden, yeah, but you never know. It might have been possible. It might have happened and so on and all the excuses in the world.
Right.
But I don't feel like I'm much different than most people on the planet. I mean,
No, right. That's how most
yes.
people are. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Because
So
they go with faith. They say you need to believe.
right.
You need to believe. You need to have faith. Only if you have faith and you open your heart to God, then God will reach you. God will reach your heart and so on. Did you want to speak, Rick the Ruler?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Just y'all go ahead.
Okay. I thought that was your way.
he was waving
I
his
thought that was your way. Yes, I thought that was your way to raise your hand. Okay.
So what do you like being called, by the way? Do you like being called Ma'at, or what do you like being called?
Well, the name there is Shaka Ndugu Kemet, and that's the name that I chosen for myself. So you can just say Shaka.
Okay, Shaka. All right, so Shaka. Well, are you familiar with the theories about New Age religion and stuff like that?
I've heard about it, but
like mystery schools from Kemet, New Age religion, stuff like that.
Yeah, but New Age. A lot of time I hear about law of attraction, and I hear about people talking about what's the name again? That's the stuff that has to do with thought, the emerald tablets and things like that. But
Thoth, yeah.
Yes, every now and then I hear things like that. Yes.
Okay.
I'm not too familiar, but I've heard a thing or two. Yes.
Got it. Okay, so that's actually one of the reasons why I'm on your channel, because there's a lot of theories about Kemet, like I said, and one of the biggest ones right now, especially in the Abrahamic religions, is that Kemet is just a rehashing of, they call it Mystery Babylon religion, and that a lot of these mystery schools are a lot of this stuff came from mystery schools that were from Babylon, from Kemet, and that they were practicing in Egypt. So they use Old Testament stories like Pharaoh Pharaoh's magicians and stuff like that to say like, see, this is where the Pharaoh's magicians were using what they taught in the mystery schools at the time, and they use also the theory that a lot of this stuff is really just came from Semiramis and Nimrod from the Old Testament, and it's pretty interesting stuff. But I was just wondering if you had an opinion on that.
Now, if just to get you correctly, are they saying that the stories of Kemet come from Babylon? Is that what they're saying?
So when you say the stories of Kemet, I don't know what you're saying. I can't answer because I'm not too educated on Kemet. But what
Okay.
they
Now,
are saying,
yes, yes. What did they say come from Babylon?
so they
Oh,
say that the things that come from Babylon are any type of mother god or divine feminine principle acknowledgement comes from Babylon. And they also say that any type of magic, including things like law of attraction, like anything that comes from New Age, comes from Babylon. And on top of that, there's conspiracies even to this day about people still doing these types of magic, and I'm sure you've seen some of those. I mean, unless you live under a rock, you know all those conspiracies about celebrities and stuff like that. But that's what they say comes from Babylon, and the worship of multiple gods.
well, a lot of people will claim that they can perform magic, but I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Making a claim is very easy. It's very easy. Now, they don't hurt people. They don't rape women and children. Um, they don't steal. More power to them. At the end of the day, most people will have a way that they will follow. Now, if we have to wonder if these claims are true historically, not when it comes to these so-called magical abilities, we can always look into that. But I, I really don't know. I really don't know. But a lot of people will be comfortable following things that come from Babylon because this is Sumer, Mesopotamia. This is the same places of origin, not only of those belief systems, but Europeans, Indo-Europeans, you know, they'll be very comfortable with looking into these kind of areas. You see, at one point they were very big on looking at Kemet, but ultimately, contrary to what they thought it's a indigenous Black African civilization. So they're leaving that alone now and trying to move closer to Sumeria, Mesopotamia, and so on. But just stay with us, Joseph. We have a new caller, which is Team Africa Worldwide. I think you called in before, brother. How you doing? Oh, hold on.
You're on mute,
Yes,
man.
yes. I did mute you because I think it was actually Rick Darula, but there was some background noise. So welcome, brother.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I've been on your live once before, and and I've been exchanged information with you. I was the one who gave you that information from the Nation of Islam with the whole tribe of Shabazz myth garbage. And I have a lot of respect for the Nation of Islam, but a lot of the stuff they teach is rubbish. But and you just have to point that out. But I wanted to talk about today, you had mentioned, West African languages having words from the Medu Neter, and like me myself, I've always I've always wanted to believe that I was of Nubian stock. Just because you want to believe something doesn't make it true, And I've done like several DNA tests. And my DNA tests also, lead me to also believe this may be true. And one of the tests didn't say that I was an ancestor. That didn't say that my ancestry linked directly to Pharaoh Ramses III, but said that Pharaoh Ramses III and I shared common ancestry. And so I was wondering if you knew whether or not Pharaoh Ramses III was a Nubian, and is there any evidence that Africans who were taken to the Americas have any direct connection to the Nile Valley civilization? Because a lot of people say we shouldn't be studying Mayat, we should be studying Ifa, Voodoo, and different West African religions.
Well, to know if Ramses II was a Nubian stock, I cannot say. I don't know. Now, if we consider that most likely the people from Kemet came from the south, knowing that the first known was Tasseti and so on, and many different arguments as to a southern origin of the population of Kemet, then in some way, in some sense, we could say that he descends from southern people, therefore from Sudanese or Nubians. However, I think in the Oxford History of Ancient Egypt, there's a mention of the possible oldest grave sites being in Egypt, and I cannot remember if there was any mention of maybe Kemet being older, but it's complicated because we're dealing with civilization for which we don't really have writings, and that's like before the pre-dynastic period. So to make the long story short, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be able to say if Ramesses II is of Nubian stock.
The third.
Oh, the third.
Yeah.
Well, that's like I don't know. I don't know if it comes directly after the second because there's a few Ramesses, but it's the same answer. I wouldn't know. Now, as for us, whether or not there is a direct relationship, or let's say between African Americans and people from Kemet, well, it's difficult to say. Some people will try to look for an evidence in terms of DNA. I have my reserves about the DNA because a lot of time when black people take DNA tests, they are told that they have like 15%, 25% Caucasian genes. But I think the language and the culture at large is a good indication that it's possible. But what can we know for sure when we are thousands of years apart? You see, and DNA deals with the genes, so it deals with the people. It doesn't deal with the land, and people move sometimes. You see, so of course, now I'm not an expert in genetics, and I never claimed to be, DNA and so on. But I think that when they say, okay, you come from this tribe, which is in Cameroon, for example, is because with the sample, they know that the people who share that marker, they are found primarily in Cameroon. But who knows? You see, you have the Fulani people, or as we call them in French, Peul or Pular in their language. They are known for traveling. They are known. They're moving. You find them in so many different countries in Africa. Now, if people want to argue that, okay, we shouldn't follow Kemet and we should follow the Ifa or the Voodoo, more power to them. But the same people who do that, I don't know if they all do that. I don't know if half of them do that. Now, some people, they say, oh no, we West Africans, Kemet is East Africa. But they don't follow the traditions of West Africa. So what I want to tell people is that I don't feel like people should consider Kemet because they feel like they come directly from Kemet. I'm passionate about Kemet, but I don't think anybody will find any audio of me or video of me claiming that I descend from ancient Egyptians. You see, I don't know, and I don't claim to. However, I recognize the accomplishments, the achievements, the philosophy centered around Ma'at. And Ma'at is justice, truth, order, and so on. I'm not saying they were perfect. Everybody make mistake, but they have they had a functional society that lasted for a good 3,000 years, minus the invasion of the Hyksos for 150 years or so. So I think it's a great example. I really think it's a great example to follow because it's
Yeah,
classical. Yes, yes, feel free, brother.
oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I had lost my connection there for a minute. But yeah, to add on, I say it's all about what you believe in. You know, what source you believe in. You know, if you believe in DNA, okay, then of course you're going to believe that West Africans have no connection to ancient Kemet, because that is what DNA says. Okay. But I mean, but at the same time, we have to keep in mind DNA is a separate category from history. Okay, DNA deals with genetics. Okay, but when we deal with history, it's a whole different category. And as far as I'm concerned, there's not enough DNA to come to any conclusion on a connection from Kemet to West Africa. Okay, because first of all, there is no DNA in West Africa that is dated to the that is contemporary with the time of the Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, and late period of Egypt. I mean, because you can't sit up here and show me some DNA that goes back to 30, 40, 50,000 years ago, long before Egypt was founded, and you basing your whole argument on that. You know, it makes no sense, because that's a big gap. You know, and you don't and the DNA really can't. I mean, it really doesn't determine what was going on in between that time, because that's a big gap. I mean,
well, to the contrary, my DNA actually linked back to East Africa in the Nile Valley. Even the West African results that I got were, quote unquote tribes that that are known for saying that they didn't originate in West Africa, but they migrated there. So
yes, yeah, it's definitely. I mean, if you believe in the history, okay, and which is what I am. I can care less about DNA. I really don't. I mean, it bores me, and I really don't care too much for it. But I believe in the history, and according to the history, the people of the Nile Valley and the people on the Atlantic Ocean were seen as the same people. They were called Ethiopians. Okay, they were seen as the same people. Now, I find it funny that Northern Sudan, okay, let's say, for example, Northern Sudan, which is near the Second Cataract, they will label those people as Ethiopians or as Cushites, and then they will say that the people in Somalia, which is over 1,000 miles to the south, they will also say that they were Cushites. But when it comes to West Africa, we're something different. Okay, so now if you're going to say that the people over 1,000 miles to the south of Northern Sudan are the same as the people of Northern Sudan, then, well, guess what? You're going to have to say that the people 2,000, 3,000 miles to the west are also the same as the people of Northern Sudan. But and that is what the historical records say. I mean, but that's now also, when you say that African Americans, is there any connection for African Americans to Kemet? Well, when we go by the history, okay, we have just as much as a connection to ancient Kemet as the people down there do today. You know why? Because Egypt failed. Egypt was over with. There's no pharaonic Egypt going on in modern day Egypt today. The modern Egypt today is an Islamic Egypt, and it's been going on for 1,400 years. And before that, it was a Christian Egypt. So pharaonic Egypt was over long ago, very long ago. So they can't sit up here and say that, well, West Africans have no connections to ancient Kemet because the descendants of ancient Kemet are still in Egypt. No, that's a lie. Okay, because if you're going to say that the modern day Egyptians are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians, then you're going to have to show me a continuity of that pharaonic culture still carrying on today. Okay, from the last dynasty, from the 25th, 26th dynasty, all the way to the 30th dynasty, which is that the 30th dynasty that ended in 343 BCE, and even the Ptolemaic dynasty. Okay, you're gonna have to show me a continuity that continued and never ended from that time into today, and they can't do it. They can't do it. Yeah, I mean, so and when you get off into the records, we know that many of the ancient Egyptians they fled west and south. That's what the records say when you read the ancient Assyrian records, it says that they fled south. When you get into the history, we find them in the west. They're known as the worshipers of Amun, okay? Because Egypt, during the time when it was ruling, okay, their supreme god was Amun.
Brother, hold on, please. Just one moment, please. Hold that thought, brother, with you one. Let me thank Kapalot Ram for that $5 donation. It's appreciated, and I know you made a donation also in the past. Well, maybe more than one, but recently I know you made one, so it's appreciated. Thank you for that. Let me just ask Joseph, did you have any other questions?
Yeah. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. So, my last question, only one more. So you're somebody, it appears just based on our conversation and what you were saying that you don't believe that these mystical things happen, like in any type of spirituality. So like any mythical stories, you don't believe none of them happened. Is that correct?
Well, it's not just the mystical thing, but even like events like the Exodus is nothing supernatural. I don't believe it happened. Scholars say that it didn't happen, that it was folklore.
But you were talking about magic. So let's get away from any people that claim events happen. There's people that practice magic, different forms of sorcery and witchcraft.
Do you know any of? Do you know any of them?
I do.
Can you bring them on one day?
Man, I'll definitely try. Because that would be.
I would like to put them to the test.
Okay. Most definitely.
Yeah, I want to add on to that, Joseph. See now there comes a time where you have to dig deep down on yourself and think and get realistic, okay? And ask yourself, are these stories really real? I mean, the Bible says that Noah lived to be 950 years old, and he only had three children. If you're gonna,
I'm not talking about the Bible.
If you live 950 years old, you know you're gonna have way more than 3 children. You know,
it's true. Actually, he's talking about magic in general right now.
Yeah. I'm not necessarily. I know that the Bible, of course, in order to believe in any of those stories, you have to really kind of believe in magic. But I'm talking about outside of the Bible. I mean, there's many religions that practice magic and believe in magic, and they believe in the supernatural, and they believe that there is spirits in the supernatural realm that can help you through forms of magic or whatever. I mean, we can even look at prayer in a form of, you're praying to a spirit, a deity, asking them to intervene supernaturally. Unless you're just one of those people that prays and you believe it's just your subconscious mind. And I know there's people like that, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just talking about magic in general. So I'm telling Shaka right here, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. If he believes in the supernatural, and what it sounds like is he's saying no, because I'm telling him I know people who practice magic, and they really believe it, like 100%. They believe it, and they really have told me stories where they get results. Now, whether those
Can I
are
say
true or
something?
not are a whole other thing. Because I know Shaka was talking earlier about that. Like someone could say something, but it doesn't mean it's true. So that's what I'm talking about.
I believe in what can be demonstrated, really. So if people have any way to work some magic to reach some goals, then I would love to see that. But I would need a demonstration because I still have some beliefs, but I keep them to myself. But when I'm sharing with people, I'm not going to be claiming stuff that cannot be demonstrated. You see,
Right.
so
But
yes.
but why only when science said magic is real, then it becomes real. But if science don't say it's real, then it's superstitious.
Wait, who's talking in our?
Was that Rick Darula speaking?
Yes, yes.
Well, I'm not aware of science saying. Well, when you say science, obviously you mean scientists. I'm not aware of scientists saying that magic is real.
Well, think about it. Like right now, science, which might sound a little odd, but science is saying that water holds memory. That water is pretty much a memory card. And they got scientists now that can back that up. That anything you do or say in front of water, they can send it, ship it off somewhere else, and another scientist can pretty much show the chemical under a microscope. It can show the reaction of what the water, how it responds to whatever is said to it. And actually, I demonstrated myself. If
Oh,
you
did you
take, and
really?
yes, if you was
You
to
actually
take,
I've seen that experiment, and I asked that because a large part of the scientific community views that whole experiment as
mhm,
pseudoscience. So you're
it worked.
telling me that you actually got water and you talked to it
Hmm.
and you saw the physical manifestation of what you said.
I'll tell you this. I did it 3 times. I'll tell you this. If you were to take white rice, uncooked rice, put it inside of, let's say, the old uh, bottle of soda, clear bottle of soda. You put three bottles. One bottle of rice with water, you talk nice to it. Another bottle of water,
Right.
you just ignore it. And the third bottle of water, you curse at it. You keep cursing at it. You do that like 3 times a day. One bottle you talk nice, the other bottle you curse at, and the other one you just ignore. In a month, you will actually see the white rice that you cursed at turned black. And the white rice that you was speaking nice to stayed white.
So
I've tried it. I didn't
are you
believe
the
it neither.
same are you the same guy that was talking about the Bible stories and how ridiculous they are? Or was that someone else
No,
on this chat?
that wasn't.
Oh, that was somebody else. Okay. I'm
Okay.
just wondering
Okay.
because
Now,
I know the
okay.
other guy
Okay.
didn't
Okay.
believe
Now,
in supernatural
all
at
right.
all.
Okay. Now let me just we have a new caller, so
Yeah,
I
that
would
was
like
me.
to.
Shalom.
Yes. Greetings, brother. Feel free to speak.
How you doing? I want to Shak, I want to ask you a question. So do you feel like with Haitian voodoo, do you feel like it has a connection with the netters, the Neteru?
The nature, I don't know.
Yeah, the Lua and the Neteru, do they have like a
Well,
connection?
the Loa is like I guess you could consider them like Necheru, but it's a bit different because the system is different. It has a pantheon, and I wouldn't know. But Loa, I think you would agree with me. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm
Oh
here.
yes. I think you would agree with me that we could label Loa as well, should I say deities?
Like
Somehow
some of
some
them are
deities.
ancestral spirits.
Yeah, somehow deities, but I have not yet come across any indication that the Loas or the deities of the Haitian pantheon could be tied to the deities of Kemet. I think that we can make a connection with the deities from the Ifa tradition. Though I'm not very familiar with it, but I think we can make a closer correlation with that.
Okay. Yeah, because I would say like there's probably a connection because you got a lot of people like in the Black Hunters community. Like I'm not saying it's not a bad thing, but they always talk about Kemet, you know, or like the Middle East, but they never talk about like West Africa. They never talk about like Ifa. They never talk about like voodoo or like Palamiembe.
Mhm. But the thing is that you see, there's only so much people can learn, and if someone knows, let's say, a lot about Ifa, he might not know a lot about Haitian voodoo and Santeria and other spirituality from different parts of the continent. So people choose; they have preferences, and they go for it. You see, so the thing is that whatever works for us, then it's good. And I think that when people move towards traditional African um way of life, I think it's more suitable for us as a people, because even if we leave the concept of no, stop it. Even if we leave the concept of identity aside, there is the issue of economy. When we are following these other belief systems, we spend a lot of money and we make a lot of people rich. Now in America, some people, some black people are into the prosperity teaching. Shh, non, c'est pas bon, 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 c'est pas bon. Sorry about this. So a lot of them are into the prosperity teaching, and they make a good living for themselves and their close one and relatives. But in the long term, it doesn't really help us, because they might be selling stuff besides their book, but their own personal book, but the literature at large doesn't come from us. And I don't think that all the candles that are being sold come from us. I don't think that the crosses are being built by us. So that's one issue. But are you a Hebrew Israelite, brother?
Genetically, yes. I actually am genetically an Israelite.
Mm.
Israeli.
But
Genetically.
so you don't practice the
Well, I do practice it. I mean, I practice I practice it in a literal and esoteric way. Yeah, I'm saying I consider myself a Torah mystic.
But
stuff like that.
when you say genetically, what do you mean?
My father is a Yemeni Israeli, and my mother's a Sephardi.
You're the one who called before.
Yeah, my mother's
Oh,
Sephardi.
okay. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, you even had your face. We've seen your face. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Now, stay with us. Now, Team Africa Worldwide. Feel free if you wanted to add on.
Okay. Wow. I mean, just based on what you just said, that's what I was thinking about. My next question, I was talking about, like, forgive me, I'm not the best guy with sources. I read a lot of different books, and then also just jumbles in my head. So I can't give you titles of books and authors. But I remember reading a story about the origin of the historical Hebrews. And this theory was that there was a split in the Kemetic priesthood, and the split in the Kemetic priesthood was the Exodus. And so that the historical ancient Hebrews were just Kemetic people who decided to leave Kemet due to religious belief differences. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, I read a book with this kind of hypothesis. I forgot the name of the author, but I think is an Egyptian, and I think there is Osman in his name. The book there with Akhenaten, and this is something that has been proposed by a few people. I think that Sigmund Freud. Now I'm not sure how you pronounce it in English, but it's Freud. I think Sigmund Freud as well. I haven't read his direct work, but I've read some quotes from him that he was of that opinion as well. So to make the long story short, some people feel like since Akhenaten was not popular with his religious views, not tolerating other deities and wanting to have only the Aten as the sole deity, which is contrary to the way it used to work in Kemet, even to the point where he went to a new city that is today called Tel El Amarna, if I'm not mistaken, but it was called Akhet Aten, the horizon of the Aten. Some people argue that because he was so unpopular, then he had some foreigners uh, dealing with his cult. And some people argue that those foreigners ultimately were somehow, some way, the Hebrews or the inspiration for the Hebrews. And maybe when his cult was over, his rule, his reign was over, those people left, those people fled. So some people feel like they actually fled or left and went to Canaan. And then we have this whole uh, religion or spirituality that is later known as let's say Judaism. Let's say Judaism for lack of better word.
Peace,
So,
brother.
oh, brother Asiatic, peace, brother,
Peace to the panel.
peace. And yes, that's let me see if I hold on. Osman, I can't nothing. I think it was Osman in his name. Okay, there it is. That's the one that I read it like in that was before 2008. I think that I read that book. Moses
Yeah,
and Akhenaten, and the author is Ahmed Osman.
I
Yes,
wanted
I
to
read that book too.
And I'm
comment
sharing the
on
link
Akhenaten.
in the chat. I'm sharing the link. And go ahead, brother Afroasiatic.
Yeah, when we study Akhenaten's history, we see that he was surrounded by a crack military group, shock troops that were known as the Messiah, and they were seen in dynastic Kemet since about the sixth century. They were in dynastic Kemet. So he wasn't alone when he took his stance and said one God. He had a very militant military force around him, supporting him, keeping him from being overwhelmed. And I think when we study Akhenaten, we don't really look at, the social landscape around him. The people who were around him were known as the Masayu or the Bija, the Egyptian hereditary guard. So the people that were around Akhenaten, they were thorough. They were shock troops. If you can do your homework on the Magi, the Messiah, they were out of the Eastern Desert, and they were known as bowmen, and they were shock troops and an intelligence force within Kemet for a very long time. They weren't pushed out until the 19th dynasty, when I believe it might have been Ramses the second or third. He announced that he wanted them dead. So we got to look at the social, really get into the social interactions that were going on and who was siding with who, and begin to unpack for what reason. Because Akhenaten was not alone when he moved his capital to Tel Amarna. He was not by himself.
Okay, so the Bija, are they documented in Kemet
Oh yeah,
during the time
the
of
Bi-
Akhenaten?
the Magi, the
Well,
Magi are ethnic.
you mentioned Bija at one point, so
Yeah,
was that some other period?
the Magi are ethnically Bija.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, feel free if everybody else wants to add on.
Because I have to disagree with that they were pushed out in the 19th dynasty, because I mean we still find the Magi mentioned in the 20th dynasty during the reign of Ramesses the third, and as well as Merneptah, because it mentions when the Libyans invaded Egypt, it says that the Magi are stretched out asleep, meaning the Magi were in garrison. So, I mean, they could have been pushed out at that time, but but they were still found in Egypt, like way after
You're correct.
after the 19th dynasty.
That's right about the time. Radio One, peace to you. But when we look at the nuance, we see the title of Magi switch from members of the Eastern Desert. The only other group that held the title of Magi were members of the Eastern Desert, which were Beja, and members of the Western Desert. The time frame that you are referring to is when the title was given to the Libyans. But I agree with what you're saying. Those from the area of the Oracle of Amun and the Siwa Oasis in the Western Desert, they also held the title of Magi, but not until later. During that earlier duration, it was always held, the Egyptian Hereditary Guard was always known as members of the Eastern Desert.
Yes, yes, that's I find it interesting that you mentioned that about the Siwa Oasis, because there's a time that is also the route that they took to reach the West Africa, and
Yes.
yeah, a lot of people don't know that, and that's why I want to tell brother Team Africa Worldwide, when others who, the so-called popular authorities that you see, Dagger Squad and all these, pseudo squads and, fraud squads. I mean, do not listen to them. I mean, they do not know what the hell they're talking about. I mean,
I've never even heard of any of these people you mentioned.
Okay, good. Yeah, because
but maybe Radio One. Maybe we shouldn't say don't listen to them, because
yes, because
what if they said the same thing about us? You see, so we might as well let the people decide and hear the arguments and decide. But keep going, brother Radio One.
Yes, because I'm speaking from experience. I actually conversated with some of these liars, and I asked them, show me a source to what you're talking about, because they always saying source up, shut up. But but when you ask them for a source, they never source up. So pretty much, like what you hear today about ancient. There's no connection between ancient Kemet and West Africa. Guess what? It's all based on theories. It's all made up. It's not based on any records. Trust me when I say that. Okay, because when you go by the records, you'll see that there is a connection, and it all starts to make sense. Yes. And I also want to touch on the Exodus story as well. Now, my belief on the Exodus story is that it is a distortion of the Hyksos expulsion. Yeah, that's what I believe. It's based on the Hyksos expulsion, and they try to change the story to try to make it seem like the Egyptians were the bad guys. Pharaoh were the bad guys, and they were the oppressors, and they were the slavers. But when you look at the historical reality, it was in reverse. It was the Hyksos who the story of the Israelites are based on. It was them who were doing the oppressing and doing the enslaving, and they got kicked out. That's my interpretation on that. But it's interesting that you mentioned the Magi, because
very important group in Kemet.
Yeah,
very important.
Yeah, because it was they were the ones who were doing a lot of the moving for the conquest of ancient Egypt. It was they who were traversing the deserts, and also they were also, like, I wouldn't even too much say that they were like 100% Nubians. They also had Egyptian blood mixed in them as well. Yes, and they were known as elite bowmen, and I believe like in later records, when you hear about the Ethiopians, you know, the Ethiopians, which originated south of Egypt. When you hear about the Ethiopians going east to Asia and far west into West Africa, you know, I believe that the story of the Ethiopians are based on these magi, you know, and
that's who would, to add on real quick, that's who was controlling the trade in the Eastern Desert. That's who was controlling the trade along the area of the Red Sea. The Egyptians had to go through the Magi in order to trade through the Eastern Desert at one point and down into the Horn, you know, and over, you know, various places, you know. So very true. They were doing a lot of trade.
Yes, and because
Hey, guys.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, go ahead.
As soon when you guys are done, can you guys like wherever you guys learn this stuff or whatever, can you just shout it out at the end? Because I'm just listening here and it's really interesting stuff what you guys are talking about that I have no idea what it is, but I would like to know where you guys learned all this. If you can point me in the direction.
Oh yes. Well, the first reference I would say will be the ancient records of Egypt, volumes 1, 2, and 3. And now and that's not all of it. I mean, because a lot of ancient Egyptian history is being misinterpreted today, because it's like, you know, they have their own theories. Like they try to keep the conquest and the Egyptian influence within within Egypt, like close to Egypt, and that's not true. You know, when the ancient Egyptians spoke of their conquest, they said that they reached the ends of the earth. They went far beyond outside the Egyptian boundaries. You know, but modern day Egyptologists, because they want to steal the history of Egypt, okay, and they want to deprive other Africans their connections to Egypt. You know, they tell this lie that the Egyptian influence did not go far outside of Egyptian boundaries, but that is a lie, because when you read the records, you know, it says that when we deal with the conquest and the boundaries, the true boundaries in geography of ancient Egypt, it says that they conquered. They conquered the east, west, north, and south, which they called the 4 pillars. And when they say that they conquered the east, west, north, and south, they say they reached the ends of the earth. You know, so that was so when it says the ends of the earth, that means like wherever that territory ends at. Okay, so like you go east of Egypt, okay, you leave in Egypt, you go east of Egypt, you're gonna reach the Euphrates. And like that part of Asia ends at the Euphrates River. And if you want to go further east, like into Persia and India, then you would have to cross the Euphrates River, and you would have to cross the Tigris River to go to the more eastern part of Asia, and which is in India and Persia. And when it says when they went to the to the extreme west, or the western ends of the earth, that means the Atlantic Ocean, because that's where the west ends from Egypt. You know, if the western parts of Egypt ends at the Atlantic Ocean, and if you're in southern Egypt, which is the city of Thebes, or Waset, which is known as Luxor today, if you go east of southern Egypt, you're going to end up at the Red Sea. And then after that, you will have to cross the Red Sea to go into Arabia. So that is the real geography of Egypt. And they, in accordance to them, you know, they reach the ends of the earth. And when they say that the ends of the earth, that means like the extremity of the continents. That's what it means. Like you go to the ends of the earth. I mean, you go far west into Africa, and until you get to the Atlantic Ocean. And when you reach the Atlantic Ocean, that's the end of the earth. That's the end of the land. It's talking about the land, the end of that land. You know, not the ends of the earth as in, you know, the under the earth where the sun goes down there. No, No, that makes no sense. It's talking about the end of the land. Okay, not under the earth or end of the actual earth, but the western end of Africa is what it's talking about. You know.
Yeah. Just to add on, what is also fascinating about those individuals who are or are the Magi or identified ethnically as Beja is they still rock the afro religiously. It's very interesting. And when we look at how the British described them when they went to war with them just a few centuries ago, they described them as the Fuzzy Wuzzies because of their hair. They were very strong, very courageous fighters, but they always wore a distinctive afro or like almost kind of loose dreadlock hairstyle. And the British always commented on their bravery and the zeal that they had in battle.
Yes, I read about that. Yes, that's during the time of the Mahdi War. Yeah.
Yes, Mahdi Army. Yes, sir. Exactly.
Yeah. But
those are all Africans too.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Right,
Yes, and
right.
like, and this is a culture that we have documented evidence on. I mean, it's like, and all this fake identity is being forced up on us. I mean, that has no documented evidence. I mean, but this is this culture is full of documented evidence, and it's not being told the truth about. I mean, because you just can't say that the conquest and boundaries of Egypt is only within Egypt, because what they try to do is they try to keep the boundaries of Egypt wherever Egyptian temples are today. But but according to the ancient Egyptians, that was not the case. They went far beyond, and if they can admit this, and then they will have no choice but to admit that that there's a connection with West Africa and Kemet, and I wish that there were more records, that can explain more about this subject, but the records we have today, it's enough. It's enough to say that there's a connection between Kemet and West Africa and Central Africa as well. But yeah, but the only people that are lying are the white Egyptologists. Okay, first of all, they have the evidence right there in their face, and they can't accept it. And that's how we know they're lying. Because it's right there in their face, and they they still can't accept it. They will sit up there and say, well, yeah, this is an exaggeration. When the Pharaoh said that, they reached the western ends of the earth, the eastern ends of the earth, the southern ends of the earth. They will say that this is an exaggeration. And the most strange part about it is, they will, some of them will admit that they reached the east, they reached the far east, they reached the far south. But when it comes to West Africa, no, they didn't go that far west. They didn't go beyond the west bank of the Nile. That's the nonsense they will say, and it makes no sense, and it's not, and it makes no geographical sense as well.
None whatsoever. Even we could cite the West African Ani, the ANJI of West Africa. They say that they came from Kemet. So
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They said that who came from Kemet?
They say that they came from Kemet, the Anji, the ANGI of West Africa. They have oral traditions stating that they came from Kemet, the Anji of West Africa.
Okay. We hold on. Is it that one? Or is it that one? Someone has a very strong background nose. Oh, he's gone now. We have Hassan and Inspired One. I think Inspired One is having some technical difficulties. But Hassan is on the panel. Welcome. Now, Brother Afroziatic, I want to ask you, who said that the Bija are the same as the Magi?
Well, we have Mueller is one of them, where he states that the Bija were the Messiah, the Egyptian hereditary guard. That's one individual, but just a general study of the Magi beyond, just the surface, and it demonstrates that they are ethnically the Bija, or the present day Bija of East Africa. That was the population that made up the Messiah, that group.
Okay, so basically, it doesn't say that they are the Magi.
No, it does say that. I mean,
No.
we were just in a conversation, but
Right
if
now,
you want me to pull up the source,
yeah,
I already put a source in the back chat.
okay. Okay, because you're kind of saying something else now. You're saying that they are the Messiah, which is
Yes,
the
they are.
Egyptian God, but that's not the Magi.
The Magi and the Messiah overlap. When we look at well, we had this conversation, on different occasions, but I have showed the source for that, some time ago when we were having discourses. I know it's not the first time you heard it.
Okay, no problem, no problem. But Brother Inspire One, can you hear us? Oh, hold on. Let me unmute you. Oh, okay. I cannot unmute you because you chose to mute yourself. Okay. Brother Hassan, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Okay. Well, feel free to add on if you wanted to speak.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I don't want to take up too much time, but on the note of like Jews in ancient Egypt, I think it's just really important to emphasize that the first record of Jewish people, or not Jewish people, but the first record of Israel is given in the Mernatah Stela from like the 14th century before Christ. And we know that
it doesn't say Israel, right?
It says, oh, I was going to ask you to translate it because it says Yisrael or something like, what does it say actually? Because some translate it as Israel.
Phonetically, it spells Isiriar, but we have, and that's an example of the very great grammar of the Medu Neter, or precise grammar of the Medu Neter. We have the seated man and the seated woman and the three strokes underneath, basically three small lines. Those are the strokes of the plural. So we have the seated man, the seated woman, and those three strokes just shows us that it talks about a population. So it doesn't talk about an actual place. Therefore, it's impossible that it means a location such as Israel. So phonetically, it doesn't spell Israel. It spells Isiriar, and besides, it doesn't talk about a place, but a group of people.
Well, that makes sense.
But Shaka, hold on one second though. We gotta also allow it to be made known that the R and the L were interchangeable. Let's not leave that out.
Well, you can say that, but even if it was an L, which is
I'm
not
not
the
saying
case,
it is. The R and the L were interchangeable.
You see, the thing is that when you say the R and the L are interchangeable, you're talking about linguistic. You see,
correct.
But okay, fine. But I'm talking about the Medu Neter, which is a language where it was written, you see? So if you want to make a correlation with another language, fine. But we're specifically talking about the Mernatah Stela, and there it just says ECDR. But even if it was an L at the end, it will be ECDAL. Now, is ECDAL Israel? It cannot be because the glyph mentions a group of people, not a place. So it's impossible that it means Israel.
It's impossible?
It's a group of people. It's a group of people. Well, I'm saying it, and people don't have to take. Well, people don't have to take my word for it. They can choose any. Hold on. They can pick, and you can do the test too. You can pick any university you like, and look for Egyptologists and send them an email, and ask them, does it talk about Israel?
can we agree that the L and the R were interchangeable?
I think what Shaka is saying is he's talking about,
Certainly we can.
well, he's talking about the actual language,
It's-
not necessarily the pronunciation.
but-
It might have
but-
been pronounced like that, but the meaning of the words of the hieroglyphs is what he's talking about. Like, what does it mean when they say Yisur? I don't even know how to pronounce it. What does that mean? And he's saying it talks about a group of people rather than like a nation or a kingdom.
And I couldn't say exactly which group of people it's talking about, but the glyphs are there. I did not put the glyphs there. When you have the seated man and seated woman, it shows you it's a group of people. And if it was a place, you would have had the determinative of the hill, or that, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a round, a circle with some sort of cross in between. But it's better to show it. Ultimately, maybe the throw stick, but the throw stick. Well, the throw stick by itself, maybe, but there you have the group of people. So the other things that you see, Brother Afro-Asiatic, when you say that R and L are interchangeable, the statement is incomplete. You need to say between which language, or ultimately which group of languages. But for example, if you tell me in French the R and the L are interchangeable, I will tell you no, because it's not. So just to make that blank statement, the R and the L are interchangeable, no. In Arabic, the R and the L are not interchangeable. The R is a R, the L is a L.
Yeah, so I was gonna talk about how just like we look for records to sort of like verify, like any little thing to verify the account of ancient Egypt in the Torah, and I just think it's strange because the ancient Egyptians kept a pretty good record. Like we know a lot of the pharaohs. We may not know like if this pharaoh descended from another pharaoh, but we know out of the 300 rulers of ancient Egypt, we know most of them because they kept such a record. We can look in their individual regnal years and say he did this that year and all of this. They recorded their battles meticulously. One battle they recorded is the battle at Megiddo. So in the Bible, there's the Armageddon, and that's a reference to Megiddo. Like the battle at Megiddo by I think it was Amenemhat III. I don't want to get it wrong, but
Tutmos the third. Tutmos the third.
was it Tutmos the Third? Let me see.
Yes.
Yep, you're right. It is Tutmos the Third. He is Hatshepsut's.
18th dynasty.
Yeah, he is Hatshepsut's stepson. But he had this battle in Palestine. Like he took over a lot of the territory of the Canaanites, but you don't see that in like the Torah or what we call the Bible, and you don't really learn much about ancient Egypt that is like historically accurate as a civilization, because one, they did not have a whole bunch of slaves in the way that we think about them today. Like people weren't born into slavery. You could commit a crime and have to do labor, but they also didn't have that many people, or many people who were Jewish throughout much of its history, right? The first record of Jewish people in ancient quote unquote Egypt is in like 500 BCE. So this is after the 18th dynasty. This is like maybe that's around the time of the 25th dynasty, and it's in a temple at Elephantine to the god Num, and the Aramaic people there, or the Jewish people there, worships both Num and whatever god Jewish people live. I don't know, Yahweh or whatever. And the temple was destroyed, but the ancient Egyptians would keep records even when they did have slaves. Amos the First, who expelled the Hyksos, he would keep records of when they would capture some Hyksos and then they would be slaves, and like, oh, he's given us these slaves or provided these slaves for us and whatnot. There's no records of millions of Jewish people being slaves. You can't enslave a population that large. Ancient Egyptian population wasn't that large. So I think there's a lot of when it comes to people who already believe in Abrahamic religions in the West, they just give way too much credibility to like what's being written in these books. When none of, I mean, look at the story of King Solomon, how he married the Pharaoh's daughter. And the ancient Egyptians weren't going to let that happen, right? There's the quote from Amen-Namat III where he says, from time immemorial, no Egyptian princess has been given to anyone.
Amenhotep III.
What did I say? I said Amen-Namat. I keep on saying Amen-Namat for some reason.
The
But
name is similar. The name is similar.
Yeah. So Amenhotep III, talks about like he got an offer to give up his daughter. He's like, no, that's absolutely not happening. That's not what we do here. It's very strange. It's very strange to see all this credence given to the Torah over actual historical.
I just that's not necessarily wholly true, because when we look at the 14th dynasty, we see Nubians intermarrying with the Amu and other West Asians. We see a Nubian give his daughter in marriage to an Amu. So that kind of like, we got to probably go a little deeper on that right there. That's documented as well, though. In the 14th dynasty.
That's Nubia. If that's people from Ta-Nehisi or Ta-Seri, that's not Kemet.
Well, the Nubians founded Kemet, so
you can say that, but when are you talking about Narmer or are you talking about before?
I'm talking about pre-dynastic. I'm talking about when they had the ability to polish stone. You see, we got to understand the Nubian. Hold
on, brother. You see,
Kemet is not the beginning. Kemet is not the beginning of everything. We got to get out of that mindset.
No, but have you ever heard me say that it's the beginning of everything?
Yeah, that's how some people behave, though. Excuse me.
No, that's not how they behave. That's how you feel like. But we're talking about an empire. When we talk about Kemet, we're talking about a particular empire. You see, now for you to say, okay, Nubians created Kemet, that's one thing. You're talking about pre-dynastic period, which means come again?
Kushites, to be exact.
Okay, well, I don't know if we can say. I don't know exactly what we can say, because let's presume that they founded the first dynasty. That's 3000 BC. The 14th dynasty, that's 1500 years later. You understand? Yeah. So you cannot say you can.
And the 25th dynasty is even further. Still Nubians, still Kushites.
I think that's not fair though, because like what do you mean that you're saying Narmer's Nubian? Because I would just say Narmer's Ramech. I would just say he's Egyptian, even though he's black. Right. Yeah, the Egyptians were black, and so that's not contradictory. I would say he's black. I would say the people from Elephantine are native Egyptian, because that's part of the country. That's the first nome of ancient Egypt. The people from Wasor and Waset also
right next to Nubia. Yes.
What do you mean right next to Nubia? That's the what is that? The fourth nome up in Egypt. But they are, native Ramech. And like the fact that it's hard to distinguish them between Nubians, I understand that. But if they were born in the country that was Kemet, I would call them ancient. I would call them Ramech. I wouldn't that's it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there's any difference between them ethnogenetically. No, I'm not saying that there's any difference. It wasn't much difference between a Nubian and an Egyptian back then ethnogenetically, but there were some political, social, cultural, maybe some spiritual disagreements with different things. But I'm not saying that ethnogenetically these people were not the same. I'm saying, yes, they were.
Right.
Well, no, hold on, Hassan. The thing, maybe you need to know, Hassan, is that our brother Afro-Asiatic, he has a tendency of looking at the population of people, and then he will tell you that 2,000 years later, it was the same people. And that's what earlier was talking about the Magi. Well, don't you say that? Don't you usually say that the Berbers can be found in Kemet?
Yeah, The 22nd dynasty is a Berber dynasty.
And
That's documented richly. Yes, Berbers can be found in Kemet.
Okay. Yes. So you're saying that Berbers can be found in Kemet. The word Berber can be found in Kemet, right?
Well, I put the source in the back chat, Shaka.
You-
Geographia Rabbinica. It's in the
That
back
word,
chat.
that word is nowhere in any dictionary that I ever heard of in my life.
We don't need a dictionary. We have the port of Barbara, Somalia.
That's
We don't need a dictionary. We have living Berbers in the port of Barbara, Somalia.
You just proved my point with one example, and we could do another example.
That's
Don't
fine.
you consider the Bija to be the same as the Arabs?
Well, I put the source in the back chat. The Geographia Rabbinica
But do you
Ibn
consider them the
Qutayba.
same? But do you consider them the same?
You know, I like to lead with a source. You know, when we really get down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah, but I mean, I can have all the source in the world. That's fine. But do you consider the Bija to be the same as the Arabs?
Bija? Well, if we look at today's Bija oral traditions, they in fact say that they came from Arabia.
But
That's what they say.
yourself.
No. If we look at their oral traditions, not mine, they say that they came from Arabia.
And do you agree?
I agree.
Okay, thank you. So with the
Because
second example,
their genetics agrees.
but with the second example, you just proved my point. You go from the Beja, people that you claim to be the same as the Magi. So we're talking about the time of Kemet, and then like maybe.
Hey guys, this video was done by keeping them liable.
Well, if we look in the Eastern Desert and if we look in the Horn of Africa and we actually examine the oral traditions, we will find a great deal of them say that they came from Arabia and the Levant. But we don't respect the oral traditions because of what they're saying.
Well, you prove my point. You prove my point with two different examples. Joseph,
I'm
let me
proving my own point.
Fine. Now, Joseph, let me thank you because I've received your $10 sent on Cash App. I appreciate that.
Why don't we respect the oral traditions, though, Shaka? Why not?
Well, oral tradition is not something established. It's not a fact. Like, for example, the oral tradition of your organization, the Nation of Islam, says that Joseph spoke to a camel and he instructed the camel to carry Jesus and Mary to Egypt. And he told
That's
the camel,
clever. That's clever deflection, Shaka. I'm talking about the Bija, the Bagara, the Hausa, the Bisharin, the Oyo, the Ife.
Hold on. You can give me all the tribes in Africa. It won't make a difference.
I'm not giving you all of the tribes. I'm giving you very specific ones. And they're oral traditions that state that they came from the Middle East. They're black. They're alive right now. Yoruba.
Hold on, Radio One. Hold on, please. Now, what I'm trying to say, but Afro-Asiatic, I'm trying to give you an example of oral tradition. You have the right to believe what people tell you.
I'm not believing anything. Let's look at what they say. Let's look at the Kano Chronicles. Let's look at the Hausa. Let's look at their traditions.
Okay.
You see, this is what you don't want to do. Because I got the genetic sources to back the oral traditions. What you going to do with that? You're just going to dismiss it and say I'm lying? Are they lying? Or are you calling them liars?
Brother, did Joseph speak to a camel?
Are you, brother? We're talking about science now. We're talking about African oral traditions. We're not. I didn't mention the scriptures. Are you going to call our people liars?
Brother, hold on. Oral tradition.
Are the Africans liars? Are the Yoruba, the Ife, the Oyo, the Hausa, the Bisharin, the Bagara, the Beja? Are they liars?
I don't believe something just because people say it. The thing is that according to the oral tradition of the Nation of Islam, Joseph instructed the camel to carry Jesus and Mary. Is that science? It's not science. It's a claim.
You're talking about a camel, Shaka. I'm talking about the allure,
hold on. brother,
Masa.
brother. Isn't it
Come
an
on,
oral
brother.
tradition?
Let's
Hold on,
deal with it.
brother. What Elijah Muhammad said,
All
isn't it,
of them. No. I want to talk about. Let's talk about what we can document.
brother?
Let's talk about it.
Okay.
You don't want to. You don't want to talk about African oral traditions.
You don't want to
We
talk.
all love Africa.
Okay, so what Elijah Muhammad said is not oral tradition. Hello.
The Afar. Why do they say that they came from Arabia, Shaka?
Everybody
The
can witness.
Masai,
Everybody can witness.
the Ad Al Sultanate, the Ad Al Sultanate, the Bagara.
There's no
The
point in arguing.
Bagara are practicing the same way of life that they
That's
were
okay.
practicing in Arabia.
Now,
Pastoralism, Sahelian pastoralism. They are circumnavigating the Sahel with
Now-
cattle, pasturing cattle all over the Sahel. The same way of life that they were practicing in Arabia and the Levant. Brother, we got to get to it. We can't
Now,
ignore the facts.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Now, I would like everybody to take notice of the fact that our brother Afro-Asiatic was saying, why don't we take into account the oral tradition? And when I brought up the oral tradition of the Nation of Islam, he wouldn't answer. And he said, I want to talk about things that can be documented. But in the first place, he didn't want to talk about things that are documented. He wanted to talk about oral tradition, period. And I just gave an example of how we cannot rely on oral tradition. Because hold on, I gave the example of the camel, but I could have gave the example of Fah Muhammad speaking like 16 languages and knowing the language of the bird. And everybody knows that this is BS. Everybody knows this is bull crap. There's
What
no
I'm
human
putting on it, what I'm putting in front of us cannot be considered BS though, because the oral tradition is backed by their genetic migration pattern. What are we going to do with that? Are we just going to dismiss it? Why are we going to dismiss Africans? Why? When the genetic migration pattern says that that's exactly where they came from.
Produce that evidence.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please produce the evidence. Yes.
Number one, he's not going to show my source. That's number one. He ain't going to show my source.
You know, brother, you are part of an organization with thousands of members. If you cannot share a screen, why don't you get a brother to help you and share the screen for you? You can? Okay, go ahead, please. Be my guest. So our good brother will finally share a screen for us.
Yeah, of course I can share. Of course I can share the screen, Shaka.
But will you do it now?
Yeah, I can do it right now.
So you're going to show us the source?
Brother, you know I don't come with nothing but sources, whether you agree with them or not, or you interpret them in a way that is different from the way I interpret it or not. That's another thing. That's another conversation. But to say that I don't come with source material, that's very disingenuous.
Well, most of the time you mention names of authors and books and page numbers, and every time we go to the page number, we don't find what you're saying.
Why can't we read from the Geographica Rabbinica?
It's okay. Now, what are you going to?
It's in the back chat. It's in the back chat already.
Okay. No, the back. No, not the back chat. The share screen. Can you share your screen and show us your sources?
Shaka. If I put it in your back chat, then you can post it on your screen.
Okay. Now you see, brothers. You were saying
know that. If I put it in your back chat, you can post it on your screen. You can post the source that I have in your back chat now on your screen.
Okay, Radio 1, I'm going to let you out on, because what he calls the back chat is just him sending me private messages, and I'm supposed. Yes,
I put the source in the back chat. Anyone that's on this panel can click onto the source.
Okay, just for the record, Brother Afro-Asiatic, when you send me a private message, people cannot see it. I am the only one can see it. So this is not a back chat. This is a private chat. But it's okay. Brother Radio 1, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I also have to add on. Now, I get backlash when I mention this, but I have to tell the truth. Okay. Now, when Brother Afro-Asiatic say that the people in the Horn of Africa say they come from Arabia, Now there's a problem with that because what you don't realize is when you get into the history and the origins of Arabia, okay, you will see that the land that they inhabited now, which is the Horn of Africa, was called Arabia. So how could they already be in Arabia and come from Arabia? Because that's what the geography of the Nile River is all about. It says that the east bank of the Nile was called Arabia and the west bank of the Nile was called Libya.
That's critical. That's critical.
Yeah, so,
Radio One.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, yeah, that's, and like I even got backlash from Somalians for mentioning this. I tell them that East Africa was called Arabia.
When you look at when we look at that, just like the European named York, England, York, and then came over to America and named a spot New York, but it reminded him of York. It's the same way when we look at Saba, South Arabia, and we look at Soba in East Africa. We see these names traversing both sides of the Red Sea. Both sides of the Red Sea.
Yeah, but and also what you have to keep in mind is
hold on, brother Radio One. I just want to say that you're comparing names of cities with names of countries.
Saba and Soba? Yes.
No, York and New York.
Yeah, either way, yeah.
Go ahead, brother Radio One.
Yeah, because what we have to keep in mind is, okay, when we deal with these two Arabias, okay, the Arabia we know of today, which is Yemen and Mecca and all that, that is the Arabia of Asia. Okay, now the Arabia east of the Nile River is not to be confused with Asia. That is, they call that the Arabia within the African continent. No, why? Because it is divided from Asia by the Red Sea, so we can't confuse that with Asia. You know, but that is the root and the origins of the geography of the Nile River. You know, east bank of the Nile River, they call it Arabia. West bank of the Nile River, they call it Libya. But it's not to be confused with Asia, because Asia was outside of the Nile River. Now, like east of the Nile Delta, you get into the continent of Asia. You know, and that's why, you know what, and that's what a lot of people don't realize. So when the Afar and the Oromo say that they come from Arabia, the land that they're already in was called Arabia. So it's really like they were still in Africa, you know, but but that part of Africa was also called Arabia, but it's not to be confused with Asia. And that's how you divide the Arabia in Asia from the Arabia in Africa. Yeah, but the main source of geography is the Nile River, because that's how important the Nile River is, because the geography starts from the Nile River.
I would just like to circle back to what I was saying before about how, you know, because we're from a Western society, we give credence to Islamic, whether that be, you know, the Torah, maybe it's Christianity, to these like sort of Western notions about the world and like how they tell us like who they are. When we have extraordinary claims, they require extraordinary evidence. Afro-Asiatic started off, you know, contradicting the pharaoh Amenhotep III because somehow some Nubian in the 14th dynasty married someone who was a Hyksos, a Hekakasut. But, you know, that Nubian is not a Ramet, right? He said it himself, that they are from perhaps somewhere in Nubia, right? Somewhere beyond Tarseti. And so that he's looking for any sort of kernel of like, maybe this could possibly be construed this way to justify the Torah. Because at the end of the day, when you have these sort of religious beliefs, you're going to look for anything that sort of already reinforces those ideas, right? This is this concept But
That's
no, it's
not what
true.
I'm doing, brother.
Well, the ancient Egyptians simply did not marry off their daughters. That is just a
Yeah,
historical fact, right? We know
but
that.
that's not what I'm doing, brother. I'm
They
trying to.
also, if you let me finish, if they also did not own many Jewish slaves, that did not happen. There are freaking rabbis who will tell you that the story of Exodus is not historical. And that's not even talking about the raining frogs and the blood and the crossing of the ocean and all of that. If you look at the way that Egypt has influenced, Judaism and Christianity, it's because they were such a great civilization that if the God of the Israelites could subjugate the gods of the ancient Egyptians, that meant that the God of the Israelites is great. That was the whole
Yeah,
point. And people talk.
brother.
You look at the iconography of Judaism, and they talk about serpents with wings, right? The winged serpent is an image that you see in ancient Egypt, right? And the wings are reference to like a cobra when it gorges its blood and its hood sticks out, right? Like those are quote unquote wings for the ancient Egyptians, but it was a symbol of protection, right? Wajet is a symbol of protection of the pharaoh and his throne. And like chimeras, also angels in the Bible, right? Be not afraid, right?
Mhm.
There's these terrible creatures with like the head of a lion and the head and the wings of a falcon and the body of like a crocodile or something like that. Those sort of chimera come from ancient Egypt, right? Because you'd have
Mhm.
like Amet, you'd have these sphinxes that represent power and the protection of the throne. And so that imagery stayed in the mind of the cultures nearby who saw, like with Thutmose III, how the pharaoh had so much power over this region. And so when the ancient Egyptians came to decline, of course, all these other civilizations are going to claim, yeah, we subjugated their gods. Oh, yeah, and also they enslaved us, but our God saved us from all of this, right? It's literally a story, and it's an interesting story. It's great fiction to read, but it does not mean that it has any bearing on the actual historical, truth of the matter. And then
Yeah.
when Radio One, he's talking about, well, this was Arab, and I have no idea what that is. What I will say,
Hold on. I'm gonna
that, Arab and Arabic and whatnot.
brother.
If it's older than the language, right? If it's like, I don't understand like what we're gaining from saying that these people were technically Arabs or they called themselves Arabs. I don't know
now, brother Shaka, can I share my screen? I'm going to share
Sure,
my
brother.
screen. And
Sure, brother. Go ahead.
I'm going to show a source. I'm going to be brief, okay? Because I want to prove what I'm talking about here. Okay, now here's an account from Herodotus. Can you see that?
Yes, brother, we can.
Yes. Okay. Now this is from Herodotus. Okay, book 2. Now, what we have to understand about Herodotus is that Herodotus book 2 is not just a Greek source. It is also an ancient Egyptian source, because everything he is saying about the geography of Egypt is coming from the Egyptians. He's talking to the Egyptians. So it's like, a lot of this territory was controlled by the Egyptians, and it is a territory that was known to the ancient Egyptians. And that's why I say, that's why we know that there's a connection to West Africa, because Herodotus mentions West Africa. Now, I'm going to read this briefly, okay? Now, to prove my point, okay, when he mentions Arabia. Now, this is the first time that a geography of Arabia is given. Any other time before that, there is none. This is the very first time. They have to keep that in mind, okay?
So, brother, can you please share the link in the chat, please?
Oh, yes,
Thank
indeed.
You. Yes.
This is from Herodotus Histories, book 2. And I'm going to post a link right now. Okay. All right. And there it is. It's in a private chat now. Okay. And now we have to get a better understanding when we speak of Arabia, okay? Because what you see on the map today is not what it was 2,000, 3,000 years ago. Now, this is from Herodotus okay, the histories, book 2, chapter 8, and it says in quote, beyond and above Heliopolis, Egypt is a narrow land, for it is bounded on the one side by the mountains of Arabia, which run north to south, always running south towards the sea called the Red Sea. Now, that is talking about the east bank of the Nile, okay, from the east bank of the Nile to the Red Sea, okay, and that's a very narrow land. And then it goes on to say that down here, okay, I'm gonna highlight it right here, and it says, on the side of Libya, Egypt is bounded by another range of rocky mountains. On the side of Libya, Egypt is bounded by another range of rocky mountains, among which are the pyramids. And we know that when we look on the map, that the pyramids are on the west bank of the Nile. So he's saying that the west bank of the Nile was called Libya, and the east bank of the Nile was called Arabia. And this is in Africa.
That's right.
He's saying that, east of the Nile. So you go east of the Nile River, especially when you go south into Thebes in that area, you're in Africa. When you go east of the Nile and you reach the Red Sea, you're going to be on the east coast of Africa. So that's what Herodotus means when he says Arabia. Now, later geographers called this the troglodyte region, but we see here that Herodotus called it Arabia. So we can pretty much say that the original Arabia was in Africa.
See,
because
I understand what you're saying, Radio, and I think that's
let me get a word in 1 second, brother. Now, see, when we look at that, we got to be really, 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 honest about what the brother just said. The brother just made some great points about Arabia being in the eastern desert of Africa, but we cannot ignore that there's an Arabia on the other side of the Red Sea. Now, you mentioned troglodytes. Troglodytes were also known to inhabit the eastern desert of Africa and the other side of the Red Sea, which would be Arabia. So what we're really looking at is a population that existed on both sides of the Red Sea, which would make perfect sense when we understand the trading relationships. The populations on both sides of the Red Sea were a Cushite, Ethiopian type of population at that time on both sides of the Red Sea. When we look at the trade on both sides of the Red Sea, it would make perfect sense because we understand that the Red Sea, the older name of the Red Sea, is the Eritrean Sea. So it was an Eritrean type controlling all of the trade on the so-called Red Sea. So we can get into the ethnogenetics of these people. It's available to the public. And the study of our history is multidisciplinary. We need archaeology, we need anthropology, we need genetics, we need linguistics, we need philology. We need all of these disciplines to get a clear picture of what was going on.
Okay,
and
now
who were these people.
Okay, now, Brother Radio One, so you are of the opinion that Arabia is actually in Africa, in Herodotus' histories, right?
Yes, because the part where he says the land of Arabia goes from north to south. You go from north to south. That's talking about the east coast of Africa, and
but hold on. I wanted to establish that now. Can you quote a scholar that actually states that Arabia, as described by Herodotus, is in Africa?
No, actually, no. That's
maybe it's your interpretation.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm just going by what Herodotus said. That's my point is.
Leo Africanus said that there were Arabs in the eastern desert as well.
Yeah,
Leo Africanus. So
no, but Well, that's
Not
no.
unusual or
No,
unheard
but
of.
Yeah.
the thing is
But
that
my
you see,
point
I mean,
is,
we can all learn every day. I mean, I wasn't aware of the hypothesis, and I don't share I don't share the same view, but I think that if it was in Africa, we would have had somehow somewhere some indication of that because we have a text with the name of a country, and really it will be very confusing for anyone. I mean, this is coming from a university website. I also had a look quickly, and I saw another university, which is the one of Chicago, and they had the same term. They had Arabia, but they did not put um, any citation or any sentence whatsoever to specify that it's actually talking about an area inside of Africa. And I
yeah,
feel like probably was not the case because, for example, if they mention a text, and if there's a text that mentions Egypt, we will all presume that's Egypt as we know it as a country. You see? So if someone wants to say, no, this is Egypt, but Egypt in Arabia, then I guess we will need some scholar to actually state that. I don't know if you see where I'm going.
yeah. I would say that this only applies to the time of Herodotus. I would say that the later Arabia is the Arabia that we know of today. And
But don't you
yeah,
don't you think that even if it was just at the time of Herodotus, don't you think that we should have some clarification or mention, let's say mention of two different Arabias? Because I never heard that in my life, and once again, I don't know it all. It might be something new to me.
yeah, that's a good point. So if that is the case, that would exclude out the Arabia today, but my point is
Well,
when
actually, I don't think it exclude Arabia today. I think this text is talking about Arabia as we know it, the peninsula.
We got to
yeah
understand that it's connected to Kush. Now
yeah
there are two Kush. There are two Kushes. There are Kush Inner and Kush Outer. Kush Inner was in the Arabian Peninsula. Kush Outer
No,
was
that's what
in East
that's
Africa.
that's what you're saying. That's what
No, that's what
that's
Drusilla Junji Houston is saying. That's what
what
George Robbins
what
Glendon is saying. Don't say me like I just made it up, Shaka. Don't do that.
Drusilla
Careful,
but
careful
Junji,
now.
yeah
she
my
was not a specialist. She was not a doctor. You
She
see,
was a
and
courageous African American woman and
brother,
researcher
yeah
who
brother,
wrote a
her,
beautiful text. Wonderful Ethiopians of the ancient Kushite
listen,
Empire.
brother. The fact that she was courageous
Beautiful
doesn't
sister.
okay now. So because she was courageous, because she was beautiful, and he makes her claims valid. He makes her claims valid. No, that's not the way it works. But Kash, that's Nubia. That's in the glyph. That's in the Medunetcher. You see, but
It's a bit more than just Nubia, Shaka. There are two
okay, fine,
Kushes, Kush
fine.
Inner and Kush
But
Outer.
okay, well, my interrogation is: were they at any time two different Arabias? You see, that's my interrogation, and I guess if it's not today, if somebody else doesn't call to give us some indication, maybe tomorrow or the day after on the weekend, maybe we'll have some more details about that. But go ahead, brother. Radio on.
yeah and my point is for pointing that out is when the Ethiopians, such as the Afar tribe and the Somalian tribes, when they say that they come from Arabia, there's a possibility that that the land that they're in now was called Arabia. So they really didn't come from anywhere because they were already there. And that because some people would get the ideal that that they sailed across the Red Sea and came into Africa, but truth be told, the land that the land that they inhabit today was called Arabia. But at the same time, it's grouped that land is grouped as with the continent of Africa. So it's really as a whole it's really Africa. But Herodotus, he's calling it Arabia because he's basing his geography, on both banks of the Nile River, and that's my interpretation on that. But but yeah, and he says that it runs from north to south. So you know, in anybody can they can put a different interpretation on it, but you know, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, I guess what's weird for me is that Arabic as a language is only 1,500 years old. And so maybe you're speaking about, like, maybe there's another word for it, but like Herodotus, for example, all his stuff is translated from the original Greek, right? So sometimes words and their meanings, especially like in things like the Bible, can get lost when you translate it from the original Greek. But like, I would never really start, you know, trying to use like Arabics or Arabia to sort of define, you know, Africans and these ancient African civilizations, because they predate the Arabic world. And I understand that the Arabic world has had a lot of
predate no Arabic world. That's
on
silly.
the Arabic world, yeah. And I understand that they have had a lot of influence on that region, but it's just a strange choice because they predate them. And like on the idea of, you know, Arabics are people who are Canaanites, or people from that region, beyond the Sinai Peninsula, you know, being black, or you know, being the same people as the Ramech, the Nubians, the Kush, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, we see what those people look like. We saw Amos the First go to war with them, and we saw that like their complexion was nothing like his. We saw that their culture was like nothing like his, and so it's just really strange for like cultures or for people, you know, to try to make this region of people, whether they be the Palestinians or Jews, whichever word you want to use, or the Canaanites or the Hyksos, you know, to make them, you know, be black, when we have a side-by-side comparison between ancient Egyptians and Nubians and these people from this region of the world, and we can see with our own two eyes, yeah, they look Middle Eastern. They look very bright. They look very pale. And so where's the question there? We already know. We have our answer. You can look with your own two eyes.
We know Europeans lie, brother.
Now, brothers, I would like you to.
They said Egypt was white.
Okay. I would like all of us to have a look at something here. So,
They said Egypt was white people.
Okay. Now,
do you believe
this
them?
is okay? This is the link that was shared by Brother Radio 1, and oh no, was it this one?
Oh, that's crazy, Shaka. You couldn't share my link though. That's terrible, brother.
Brother Afro-Asiatic
you
wants
guys
me
are
to
entertaining, man.
he wants me to do the work for him.
But you see that I put the link in the back chat. You couldn't share mine, but you could share Radio 1's though.
Okay.
That's interesting. That's fascinating.
I don't see the link. I don't see the link in the
That's
back
fascinating.
Okay. Now, have you noticed, Brother Afro-Asiatic, that Brother Radio 1 has shared his own screen? But it's okay. Now, this Precitus. Okay, let me share the link anyway, so it's going to be easier. Sharing the link again, and I'm putting Herodotus quote about Arabia. Okay, and just to make sure, I'm going to click on it directly from the chat to make sure that we are on the same page. So I'm clicking on it. It's loading now. Okay, yes, indeed, it's the right one. Okay, so now here it's a bit small, so let me make it larger. So you can see this is number 8 or chapter 8. Okay, so we have that first quote there. Is it large enough? Yes. Okay, I can even make it larger. Okay, so we have that quote there. We are told about the mountains of Arabia. And if we go down, here it says, now in Arabia, not far from Egypt, there is a gulf extending inland from the sea called Red. So we have an indication that most likely he's talking about Arabia as we know it, the peninsula that we know, because he mentions the Red Sea.
How does
and furthermore,
the populations? How do they look?
Well, let me know. let me know. Now, furthermore, here it says the Arabian Gulf, of which I shall speak, extended from the south towards Syria. So if it was talking about Arabia in Africa, I don't think it will say towards Syria. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you know, but
I really think he's talking about Arabia as we know it. But then again, that's why I propose that we ask some specialist, geographer, historian, and anybody can just contact a university and send an email, and then we wait for the reply because I might be
We should
wrong.
look at what Leo Africanus says the same thing about many populations in East Africa that they came from Arabia.
Oh, Hassan, did you
Leo
want to share your
Africanus.
screen? I think Hassan, can you hear me? Now,
yeah,
okay. Rick Darula, if you want to say something, feel free.
No, I'm learning a lot, man. Y'all saying things I never heard. I'm writing it down as y'all speak about things I never know, and it's many. So I'm being educated right now. I'm just letting y'all know I appreciate it too.
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
I also want to add that Arabia, you know, it I see it more as you know, more to do with geography, you know, because you know when Herodotus mentions Arabians and Libyans, you know, he calls the people Libyans. He's referring to the people on the Mediterranean, which is north of Libya. So it could also apply to the people, you know, in Arabia that we know today, which is Arabians, because you
That's
know when
deep,
he's
Radio One. That's
huh?
deep. I said that's
Yeah,
deep right there, bro. He talking about the Mediterranean.
yeah, the people on the Mediterranean coast, you know, he applied to them as Libyans, but the people south of Libya or on the Mediterranean coast, he called them Ethiopians. You know, he didn't call them Libyans, he called them Ethiopians. So you know, and that has to do with
I'm sorry, brother. Herodotus, who is he calling Ethiopians? Did you say Libyans?
no. The people
Okay.
the people south of Libya, like south of Libya, like beyond
Okay.
the Sahara Desert.
Mm. Well, you know, I think everybody on this panel knows that at some point, you know, the term Ethiopian was kind of used to describe different people.
Right.
Yes. Well, when you get off into the origins of Ethiopia, now we got to remember, okay, Ethiopian. You know, when Herodotus is speaking on the Ethiopians, he is getting his information from the Egyptians. He's not getting it from the Cushites. You know, so it's coming from the Egyptians, and you know, and we know that Ethiopians are associated with the god Amun, and it's, you know, and it is my belief
Yes.
when I did research on Ethiopia. You know, there's a passage in the records of ancient Egypt speaking of Amun Re, or the god Re, you know, journeying west beyond the continent of Africa, you know, journeying west to go feast with the Westerners or with the Western god, and we find a similar account in the Odyssey. I mean, in the Iliad of Homer, where he speaks of Zeus journeying to go feast with the Ethiopians. He's talking about, you know, Zeus is actually the sun. So they're talking about the sun traveling towards the west from Egypt into the, you know, over on the other side of the continent to feast with the Western people, you know, and that's similar to the Ethiopians. And in this text, there's a mention of the feast of Apet, you know, and I see the word Ethiopian is somewhat similar to the land to Ta Apet or Ata, which Ethiopian derives from Ethiop, or, you know, Ethiop. You know, it seems that Ethiops derives from Ethiopian derives from Ethiops, and Ethiops derives from Ethiop or or Etiop, which is another word for Apet.
And
It sounds a lot like the land of Apet.
Sorry, Radio One, but I think it would be good for, particularly since it is your stance, that there is another location for Arabia, which will be in Africa. And I'm not telling you what to do; you're your own man. But it will be interesting if you try to contact some historian or geographer and ask, was Herodotus talking about a different area? I'm sorry, yes, a different area. Yes, because, for example, brother Afro-Asiatic, if I ask you, what was Arabia known for in terms of trade? Because you talk about that a lot.
Yeah,
maybe I said the wrong name. Brother Afro-Asiatic, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you
Yeah,
now.
I think I said Radio One. Sorry, but Afro-Asiatic, what was Arabia known in terms of trade? What is the product that Arabia was very known for?
Frankincense.
Okay, now,
Frankincense, myrrh,
okay, now,
silks.
in the chat, I've shared the link to the Fordham University, and I'm going to share the screen.
I know frankincense grows in the Horn of Africa as well, but the highest grade in the ancient world was coming out of South Arabia and
Okay,
the area of Arabia Petrea. But I do
okay,
understand that frankincense also grows a lower quality in the Horn of Africa. The highest quality was coming out
okay,
of Arabia.
okay. Now, this is Fordham's University. I'll share the link. And here it says Ancient History Source Book, Ancient Accounts of Arabia, 430 BC to 550 CE. And let me make this. Oh no, I don't need this. Okay, I'll leave it anyway. I have too many. So Herodotus, the Histories, circa 430 BCE. Now this is Herodotus, the Histories, book 3. Now it says, hold on. Now there is it shown on the screen? Oh, it's a bit small, is it? Can you read it, brothers, or is it too small?
Yes, I can read it.
See it.
Oh, okay, that's great. That's great. Yes. So here it says, second paragraph, Arabia is the last of inhabited lands towards the south, and it is the only country which produces frankincense, myrrh, cassia, cinnamon, and londrum. So this is another indication that most likely when Herodotus was talking about Arabia, he was talking about the peninsula as we know it.
Right.
Yeah, but you also have those products in the Horn of Africa as well, such as frankincense and myrrh.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on, brothers. Just have a look at these, brothers. See at the bottom there. Now this is Strabo, however. This is Strabo. In his book Geography, book 16. Now it says Arabia commences on the side of Babylonia with Mycenae, which is modern Kuwait. And I think that Kuwait will be closer to the peninsula of Arabia than Africa.
Yes.
Ultimately, I would agree with Radio One though, because my thinking is that both sides of the Red Sea were a Cushite phenotype. So when the brother says that, I agree with them totally, because there's
hold on, brother.
That demonstrates that.
Where does the phenotype play there? Where does that come from? How do you jump to phenotype?
Well,
so far we did not read anything about phenotype.
Well, I would impress the idea that these were African populations on both sides of the Red Sea. That's me imposing, my reasoning on the conversation.
Afro Ajax, let's say that's true. Here's my question: where did the Middle Eastern looking people come from? Where did they come from? Did they come from Europe? Did they evolve?
Yeah, yeah,
Where else?
brother. They
Where did
came
they come
they
from?
they came from Europe, brother, and our people wrote about it in multiple texts. A good text that you could refer to is the Amarna letters. They are written in stone, cuneiform script, Akkadian language, and they mention a terminology called Sagasu or Hebiru, which are the people who they said came invading out of the northern steppes. They called them filthy, dirty murderers. That's what they described them as, brother. So yes, sir. And those populations became assimilated, and original populations were pushed out through incursion and invasion. Yes, sir.
So where did they evolve though? Because they look different from Europeans. I'm wondering if they came from Europe, why are they distinguishable from Europeans?
Well, because they admixed. They mixed with us when we were in the,
So
we
wait,
were
so
in the area.
you're
Let,
saying
let me finish just real brief. They mixed with us because they came down out of the north. They sallied down out of the northern country and began to invade. First they would vandalize, and they would do robberies, and then they became civilized from being so close to us for so long. We began to civilize them and teach them, and then people assimilated. And when they got strong, they took over, just like Europeans do all throughout history. It's nothing new.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just find that hard to believe, seeing as we know what people who are half black or a quarter black or an octoroon look like.
Get the Amrana letters, brother.
And they generally do not look like Middle Easterns. I think Middle Eastern people have unique features. It's just
Get
weird.
the Amrana letters.
Well, it's just weird how you will, to have a Middle Eastern person take a DNA test, and it doesn't come out that like 30 or 20% African or anything like that. So
Are
I
you
don't know.
familiar with the DNA?
Strains
Do you
credibility.
study some DNA?
Well, it strains credibility to believe that
Well, I actually study it, brother. So if you study the DNA, I think you'll change your mind, because the DNA tells us that there was a massive Afro-Arabian back migration into Africa, massive, starting 50,000 years ago. We can see an example of that 50,000-year-old Afro-Arabian stock in the Dogon. When we look at the Dogon, we are looking at a 50,000-year-old E marker. It is older than EAEB anything. You're talking about early peeling off of EM96, but going all the way to Mali. So we have these examples within the genetic data that actually demonstrate these things.
So when were the black people taking over is my question, because you look at these people, how they depict themselves, and they all look very light skinned. They all look,
I won't say all, brother. I have a text right here, The Ancient Black Arab Hebrews and Arabs by Enu Mbantu and Gert Mueller. He has plenty of sculptures, plenty of pictures that demonstrate that they were an African tribe.
I'm just wondering when they took over these great black civilizations in the Middle East. When did that happen? When did they take over?
Well, we see it, brother. That's what's going on when we see a lot of different wars, a lot of different skirmishes. We see new people coming in. The genetic data actually demonstrates
the timeline doesn't make sense, because if
be cool, brother.
By the time of the ancient Egyptians,
nothing to yell about.
The civilizations were already very white. Well, not white, but very.
The ancient Egyptians were very white?
They were non-black. By the time of the ancient Egyptians, they were non-black. The Hyksos were non-black. They were very much distinguishable from black people.
But see,
so I'm wondering when. No, because there are cases like in North Africa. If you look at Libya, there was a black population there 10,000 years ago. That's way before Kemet. And then when the monsoons dried out,
there were no Europeans past 6,000 years ago, brother. According to National Geographic, there were no Europeans past 6,000 years ago.
Could you let me finish? I didn't say anything about Europeans. There were people who came, crossed through the Levant, and now they are like the modern day Libyans. But the original people there were black people there 10,000 years ago. So I'm wondering, between that 10,000 years and the ancient Egyptians, something happened. And like Saudi Arabia today, or like Yemen today, where their population is much different. So what happened? Where did it happen? When did these great black kings become not black? When did that happen?
When exactly? I couldn't tell you exactly, brother. When the incursion started, according to the Amarna letters, around that would be around 1400, 1350 BC. That is the time of the authoring of the Amarna letters, which is over a period of 30 years between pharaoh members of the 18th dynasty and people who lived in Amuru and Canaan, which would be modern day Israel up in that area, Lebanon today. They tell about the Hibiru Sagasu coming down out of the north, stinking, funky, diseased, and robbing and trying to take over everything. They complain to Pharaoh Akhenaten, please send archers, send reinforcements. If you want the exact letter, it's EA 73 and EA 74. Those letters are from a woman by the name of Nen-Mames, Lady of
Brother
Lions,
Afro,
writing Akhenaten, talking
brother,
about the circumstances of being invaded.
brother Afro-Asiatic, that letter where they ask for help, is this an evidence for you that in terms of ethnicity,
Yeah,
because they asked for help, then it means that they were black?
Certainly, yeah. Not because
They
they
were-
not because that doesn't make them black simply because they ask for help. It's the description that they give of the Hibiru / Sagasu.
Well, they were.
There is a white scholarship tells us that that these people were filthy, dirty murderers from the northern country that came down and invaded Emuru and Canaan.
Right. So they were enemies. This is you're talking about the first treaty in history. I forgot what the name of the people were, but that's the first recorded treaty in history. But the Hittites were enemies with the ancient Egyptians, and they fought so much that they eventually decided we're going to have, this pact. And if you guys are in danger, because you are our neighbors to the north, and you can protect us from the Canaanite tribes, we're going to help you if you need food. Right? We're going to help you if you need, military aid. That does not mean that they were, the same peoples as the Egyptians. The Egyptians did not depict them as such. And it's just very strange that you just don't believe.
That's not
When
we look at Beni Hassan. When we look at Beni Hassan, the original pictures of Beni Hassan have black and Mu on the pictures of Beni Hassan. Not that made up stuff, not the stuff that's been redrawn. When we look at the actual mural, the peoples are they're very dark.
You go from black to dark, but dark doesn't
no,
mean
because
black,
he says something that made me say that, just to defend my position.
So you believe
they're
that the
very
ancient
dark.
Egyptians were an intelligent civilization, right? Really smart, the smartest among them, probably smarter than any of us, right? Who could line the pyramids with the stars and do all of this and built this great civilization that lasted for thousands of years, but they couldn't get the skin tone of their enemies right. Don't you think that would be important?
They have the skin tone of their enemies right. The European fudged it.
To know what his
like he normally does. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the European. When you look at the original documents, those people from Beni Hassan are very dark. And by the way, there is a black tribe in East Africa today named Beni Hassan, by the way.
Okay. All right. It sounds like you don't know when this sort of this European sort of admixture came into the Middle East to make the modern Middle Easterns.
It sounds like I don't know what.
Who apparently did not evolve in the Middle East. They didn't change. Their skin tone didn't adapt to the Middle East. Their features didn't adapt to the Middle East. Literally just a combination.
The people in East Africa right now, brother, tell you that that's where they come from. But guys like you are afraid to acknowledge the oral traditions. The Seho, the Afar, the Maasai, the Alor, the Bija, the Shirin. They tell you in their oral traditions, brother. You should really get up on the oral traditions.
Brother
and a little DNA while you're at it.
Brother Afro-Asiatic, didn't you say earlier that you want to talk about things that can be documented? But now you're talking about oral traditions. So we can talk about the camel.
Can be supported. They can be. You don't want to talk about the camel, Shaka.
No, you don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it.
You want to talk about okay, Shaka. Question for you: Who hamstrung the she camel in the Holy Quran? Who did that, Shaka?
I don't know about that. I don't know about
Who?
that.
It was
But
the
then again,
ad.
but then
It
no,
was the
then
ad and the Talmud. But what does it mean, Shaka, to
okay, okay,
hamstring a
okay,
she
okay,
camel?
okay. Now,
It means to disable her.
I,
It
I
means
need
to
to
disable that she camel.
I need to decipher that
Who
for
disables their women to this day? Who is still practicing removing the woman's clitoris in East Africa? The highest instances of removal of a woman's clitoris is in East Africa because those populations came out of Arabia.
okay. So you see,
You
you've heard it all,
you
brothers
you,
and
you
sisters.
dudes don't know you
Okay.
don't know
Can I
your
can I
history,
can I
brother.
speak? Can I speak?
We can identify these people.
Okay.
Who
Can I,
hamstrung the she camel in the
okay.
Holy
All
Quran?
right. Okay. Can I speak now?
You don't know the book, brother. You should stop
Okay.
speaking on the book.
Okay. Can I speak now? Well, apparently I can't speak now. So, our brother once again, he went from the Quran. Ad is like a population. It's like a patriarch, so for lack of a better word, and he goes from that in Arabia to East Africa, and of course,
Who practices female genital mutilation in Africa now? Where do they do it the most?
okay, all right. So basically,
East
he,
Africa.
okay, here we have it. Our
The
brother
ad
is
hamstrung the she
okay, all right,
camel. It's the
okay,
same people, brother. The
okay,
Adel Sultanate, the Allure, the Seho,
okay.
that's them.
It says who,
That's
brother?
the ad and the Talmud of the Quran.
Yeah, it
They
says who?
back migrated into the Horn
Says
of
who?
Africa. It's
Says
only
who?
16 miles, Shaka. A
Says who?
strong 19-year-old kid can swim it.
Okay, says who?
A strong 19-year-old kid can swim that
Okay,
16 miles.
okay. Team Africa Worldwide, I see you back on. Feel free if you want to add on.
You ain't ready, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to, just speak to the whole thing about Arabs and who they are. I live in Detroit, Michigan. We have the largest population of Middle Easterners outside of the so-called Middle East. They are just a mixed people. They're not unique. They don't have a unique look. Many people who are biracial, such as Colin Kaepernick, are indistinguishable from Arabs. And because the Arab people have been in the Detroit area since like the 1920s and exploiting the Black community, they have mixed with Black women here, and the offspring, you cannot tell, because Arabs have so much African blood. When they have a baby by a Black woman, they're indistinguishable from other Black people. And most the people, like I've participated in conversations, most people say that the original Arabs came from Yemen. And like I said, we might not have a timeline, but we know that
That's correct. We
white
have a timeline,
northerners,
brother.
white northerners came down into the Arabian Peninsula and mixed
That's
with
right.
the African people that were there. Like I said, it's
That's right.
because we have African Americans who have different degrees of admixtures. Some of them look like Chinese people. Some of them look like Arabs. Some of them look like Puerto Ricans. There is no exact way mulattoes and quadroons look. So I don't know. The person who said that, that's not accurate. I've been living
I
in
know
the
you.
United States.
I know you're very interested in DNA, brother, and I will point you to the people that you need to go to figure this thing out. Look at the Hadza, look at the Maasai, look at the Seho, look at the Afar. You are looking at some of the, when we're looking at the Hadza, the Afar, the Seho, the Maasai, we are looking at some of the very earliest mixtures of Afro-Arabians with Nilopes. That's what we're looking at. And when we look at the Hadza, we see an early population that went into Arabia. We see the Afar in the genetic data are Europe's first farmers. The Hadza are the individuals who settled the Arabian Peninsula.
Brother
Look at the Hadza, brother.
Hold on. Brother Alfred, that what you're telling us about right now, those migrations, can you give us a date Just roughly.
Well, the Hazar went in there very early, brother. You talking about over
50,000
100,000 years ago.
Okay,
We're
all right.
talking
Okay,
about
so,
over 100,000.
okay.
But we
So,
want to
so
be honest with the data. They went in there over 100,000. But this is the founding population: Nilotics, Hadza, Afar, Masai
okay,
in
okay,
Arabia, founding
okay,
populations
okay,
of Arabian
okay.
Peninsula.
So, hold on, brother Afro-Asiatic. The founding population of Arabia is no longer the Anu, or do you mean that, or did you say, well, actually you were saying the Anu founded Egypt, right?
That's
That's
right.
what you said.
I didn't
Okay,
say
all
the
right.
Arabian Peninsula. I said
Okay,
Kemet.
okay.
But
Fine.
that's
Now,
what the mental
now,
that's what the pyramid text says.
I would just like to add. I mean, you can kind of see the manipulation by Wazungu with the DNA results, because whenever Habesha people take the test and they do videos, the Habesha people always, who know themselves that they have their family tradition. They know themselves they are not mixed, and whenever they take those DNA tests, it always comes out that they have an admixture of Middle Eastern DNA. And I think the truth is not that they have an admixture of Middle Eastern DNA, it's that they are the mothers and father of the so-called Middle Eastern people.
That's right.
I mean,
Bang.
so
Bang.
that's a heavy genetic question.
No. The brother is on point.
It's a heavy genetic question, but back to when you said there was 100,000 years ago.
Bang.
When that happened, honestly, I can't disagree with you, because the whole notion of race, the whole notion of migration outside of Africa happened 50 to 70,000 years ago. So if you're talking about it happened
longer than that,
50,000 years ago, no one can argue. Yeah, 50,000
longer than
years
that,
ago,
brother.
If you looked at people in China, they would be black. Correct.
What?
50,000
Yes.
years ago, if you looked at
You guys are trying to say
they would
you're
be
trying to
black.
say people been around since 15,000 years ago.
In Han, China, the base DNA in Han, China is Yoruba.
We know the
The
first
base
people were black.
DNA in Han, China
Well, we know the
is
first people were
Yoruba.
black. So if you're talking about 50,000 years ago, then there's nothing to argue, because the first people were black. Congratulations. But we're talking about the population after they had settled, after they had evolved.
Brother, the migration patterns there are waves of migration patterns, waves of Afro-Arabians coming back into the Horn of Africa. It's in the data. We have it at 50,000. We have it at 16. We have Afro-Arabians making contact with the Khoisan at 24,000. At the same time, we have the same populations in Northwest Africa with the Iberusians.
Okay, now, Brother Afro-Asiatic, according to you, and you said it many times, and you're quoting National Geographic, as far as you're concerned, before 6,000 years ago, there was no white people on the planet Earth. So everywhere was black people. So I think we can just move on to some time period for which we have records.
Well, this
Now,
like I'm not a great historian, but I know that the movie 300 was fictionalized, but it was based on some history. You can see how the Persians, that's what the whole movie was about. Persia was trying to take over the whole world, and they were moving southward. And when they came to Greece, they ran into the 300. And when those Persians came southward, whenever that was the whitening up of darker people. And you all are historians, so you could probably come up with the timeline from there.
Hold on. Brother Afro-Asiatic, I've just muted you. I did not ban you or block you. You're always free to unmute yourself, but there was a lot of background noise. Brother Team Africa Worldwide, please repeat the last part of your statement, because I couldn't
hear. What I'm saying is, even though the movie 300 was fictionalized, we know it was based loosely on a historical event. It was during the time of the Persian Empire, where Persians were moving southward and taking over everywhere. And they approached the Spartans with, look, y'all can, as Benny Siegel would say, get down and lay down. Y'all want to be part of the Persian Empire, or do y'all want to fight? All right. So, and the way the story went, they fought. Well, the Persians moved southward, eastward and southward, and as they moved southward, they did what they did. those white peoples were barbarian. You killed the men and you raped the women. That's what they did. And so that lightened up the darker people in the Arabian Peninsula. And so now whenever they see darker people,
I'm sorry, brother. Can you come again? What did you say about the Arabian Peninsula?
Yeah, I'm saying the Persians, they came southward. And so I don't know the timeline of this whole Persian Empire, but whenever the Persians came, you being the historians, you probably can come up with the timeline. Whenever they moved southward, that's when those people became lighter.
Yeah, the only mention we get of Persians moving southward is during the time of Cambyses, after he conquered Egypt and he went south to Nubia and Kush, and also during the time of Darius, we know that the people in southern Arabia, when the Persians had their tribute, when all nations came to Persia to present their tribute, you know, we see the southern Arabians in that list and bringing frankincense and myrrhs as their tribute. So
whenever in history that happened, that's your answer. Whenever in history, I'm not a historian. Whenever in history that happened, that's when those groups became lighter. From the whites from the north moving southward in their imperial conquest.
Right, but we have records. We have records of the region before the Persian Empire is after ancient Egypt, right? So there's the Assyrian Empire, then there's like the Romans and the Persians sort of during the same time period. Ancient Egypt is before that. And we see that the Hyksos are white ghosts. They're ghosts. We see that the Libyans are ghosts. We see that the Canaanites and all these different sea peoples invaders, compared to an Egyptian, they look like white snow, right?
That is
Or
not
they're a little
true.
bit tan, like Sanish, like would you
That is
consider?
not true.
The
I got a
Egyptians
book right here that
the
contradicts the statement.
The Egyptians depicted them as such, right? You will see a picture of, for example, Ramses II warring with the Nubians, right? Half the Nubians are his skin tone, the other half are way darker, right? But you also see Ramses or Amos fighting against the Hyksos or someone in like the area of Palestine, right?
I don't think that contradicts what I said. I don't think that contradicts what I said. The sea people, who people don't know exactly who they were, we still know they came from the north of Africa.
That's right.
They still
North
came.
Africans.
They still came from north of Africa. The Hyksos, they still mysterious. We know they came from outside of Africa. So what I'm talking about is white outsiders coming into areas that were traditionally African and lightening up the population. So I don't see any contradiction.
That happened.
So you think the sea people were white people?
I believe they were.
Well, the people who invaded
so
Egypt.
you think that Europeans were on navigating the ocean before us?
What do you mean?
I didn't say they
Do
were
you think
navigating
that
the ocean before
Europeans
us.
were navigating the sea peoples were not Europeans?
I don't buy into your idea that Middle Easterns are not a distinct genetic haplogroup and that they are just black.
Yeah, but the sea people were not Europeans.
Mariah Carey does not look.
You only have basically the world basically has Africans, Europeans, and Asians, and everybody else is a mixture of either African, European, or Asian.
Yeah, I would disagree with that. I think that's
There are no other groups. If you study the history or you study people there, like that's why African Americans, you can pick out any so-called distinct group in the world, and I can show you an African American that looks like that person's cousin.
True.
Maybe
because we are a mixed group of people.
True.
I mean, that's possible, but if you look at, for example, the Australian Aboriginals or the people in Malaysia, they have very dark skin, right? But they also have blue, curly hair.
The Khoisan look Chinese or Asian, straight lace with knotty hair. So we really gotta approach. We gotta walk light, because the phenotypes vary and are still very African.
but they
I have,
evolved.
I have blood relatives. I have blood relatives that look nothing like me, who blood relatives who who may be distant cousins but still related by blood, who look nothing like me, who have the appearance of Caucasians, who have the appearance of Asian. All people they originated from Africa, and then it was mutations, an Asian mutation and a white mutation, whatever you want to call it, Caucasian mutation, and then everything else is a result of admixture, because people are not going to be around each other and not have sex.
To go back to Afro-Asiatic's point, when you're talking about the Khoisan people and how they look quote unquote Asian, yeah, they evolved separately from Asian people. They evolved separately. No one argues that the Khoisan are the origin of Asian people, but they evolved those traits separately. It happens sometimes. If you look at the people from Australia, right, there's no place more distant, more island-like, more separated genetically from different populations than Australia. It's an island surrounded, it's an island, right? So you look at that population, some people will look, oh, they look black. They have dark skin, right? And they have, broad noses. But you can also put one next to a black person and like map out the difference. And genetically, you can see that they were the first people who left Africa. It just so happens that they went to a place where darker skin and broader noses was genetically viable for them, whereas Europeans didn't. So they're not black. They're not white.
Like that too?
They're a separate people entirely. I don't know why we have to divide.
No. People always say that. I have a question. Why haven't the Eskimos turned white?
Exactly.
They're in their native land. What do you mean?
They turn white.
It's freezing. It's freezing cold where the Eskimos live. Why haven't they turned white?
Wait. That's their native. That's how they evolved. That's the skin color.
No. Based on what you're saying, they should be white by now.
No,
That's
I
right.
never said they should be white.
Teach.
But if it's just if you look like the area that you're in, if you're there for a very long time and you evolve based on what's best for the climate, because we know that people of white skin tend to strive pretty well in cold area and don't do too well in hot area. So why isn't it that the Eskimos haven't turned white?
Well, it's clearly more complicated than temperature, isn't it? Right. So if you're looking
Excellent question.
If you're looking at Alaska, or if you're looking at northwestern Canada, right, like Washington and Alaska, right? If you're looking at those regions, they have 6 months of daylight and then 6 months of night. The sun's reflection is actually harsher on snow, right? It intensifies it. And so people, I know some women, some light-skinned women who will wear sunscreen when it's snowing outside. I'm like, what are you doing? But really, that skin tone matches their environment. They evolve there. They cross from the Bering Strait of Asia into Alaska, into the Americas. And so that skin tone works with their environment because they have long periods of sunlight, right? White people won't fare well in a place where there's 6 months of sunlight. And so it's more complicated than this is warmer and this is colder, right? Because if that were the case, we could draw a line from the equator in Africa and then draw that same line over to Brazil, and we would expect them to be the same skin tone.
Okay. Well, let's look at Italy. Let's look at Italy and Sicily. Why aren't those people black?
What do you mean? They're north of Africa. What do you mean?
But the weather there isn't much different from the weather in Tunisia.
Well, it's more than about temperature; it's about the actual climate, right? So sometimes you can talk about
the climate. Yeah. So why are those people black? So it's not the climate isn't going to change a person. Their phenotype is based on where they originated.
No.
Something else took place with Europeans.
What happens to populations is that genetic traits which are more desirable and more effective in an environment are going to survive, right? We've all heard the story of these black moths and these white moths, and then when it's snowing, the white moth populations will go up because eagles and predators can't eat the white moths because they can't see them. But when the snow is gone and there's soot covering everything, right? The black moths resurge because they're blending into their environment. So that's natural selection, right? It's for
how long have the Sicilians been in Sicily, and why aren't they black yet?
There are very dark Sicilian. There are very dark
Yeah,
Sicilian.
but they're still not black though, and the Eskimos still aren't white.
It's not the exact
There's very
environment.
dark Chinese.
Sicilian's
Okay,
got
very
two
dark
dogs.
Chinese.
It's from
Okay,
Hannibal.
hold on.
It's from Hannibal.
I would like to ask. I would like to ask a question. Team Africa Worldwide. Is it your opinion that white people who live in Sicily are supposed to turn black?
No, I'm saying based on this theory that people will start off a particular way, and then they will their appearance will change based on their environment. I'm saying that's not true. I'm saying for the most part, your appearance is going to be from where you originated from. Like African people, I can move to Alaska. I can have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, and they are going to remain looking like me. They're not going to, their noses are all of a sudden going to do like this because that would be better for a colder environment. The people who originally come from the colder environment, their noses would be like that because they've been there forever.
Yeah, Tim, that's exactly my point. I'm not saying that people are going to, like a person changes. I'm saying that over time, when you have natural selection occurring, which with modern day humans, that's not happening, right? We're in control of nature. Nobody's hunting for food. Nobody has to worry about a lion coming up on them, right? We're in control of our nature.
Mutation is still in process, though.
When you have this, yeah, it's a process, right? It's a process that happens over generations for populations. Populations evolve, not individuals. So if a black person goes to Northern Europe, they might be a little lighter, maybe like maybe half a shade or something like that, but it's not going to change their skin tone. But let's say if they were in a survival situation with the rest of the population there, you won't see black people sort of surviving in that environment because it is better fit to other traits. So it's not about individuals changing, it's about populations changing over long periods of time, like the 100,000 years that has happened between now and our migration from Africa. That's it.
Right. Right. So that's what I'm saying. There is an African, there is a Caucasian, there is an Asian, and everybody else is a mixture of the three. And that's proven by looking at the African American population. There is not a person on the planet that I can't point out an African American that looks like their brother.
What are Native Americans?
You right, bro.
What are they?
They're Asians.
They're Asian.
Do you know?
I've spent $100 on 4 different DNA tests, and my Asian and my Native American DNA is listed as the same category.
Right.
So okay. Now, hold on, please. Hold on. I would like to ask. I would like.
That's where the Native Americans come from. They're not a distinct group of Asians.
Okay. Now, Team Africa Worldwide. Now, do you agree that at one point it was
something
only
happened
black
to
people?
my sound?
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay, I couldn't hear you for a minute. A phone call tried to come in and your volume went down.
Okay. Now, are you of the opinion that at one point the planet was populated by black people only?
Yes.
So how did white people come on the planet then?
A mutation. Well, a mutation, and I also think there are other.
Earlier, your stance was against mutation.
Well, what I'm saying about a mutation, I'm talking about not just, I was not about against mutation, I was against the evolution theory. The evolution and mutation aren't the same. If somebody is born, evolution is not the same. And like the brother was just saying, that's where I was going. There aren't just one, there used to not just be one group of people, and that the Caucasians are a hybrid between the mutated African and the Neanderthal. And they would tell you that too. On 23andMe, one of the things they do is they let you know they let you know what percentage, how much DNA how much Neanderthal DNA you have in relation to the other people who have taken the test.
Okay. Now, brothers, stay on the panel. We have a new caller called Chief John C. So, Chief John C., welcome.
Peace to the church. Number one copy.
Peace. Feel free to speak, Chief. Or maybe you just wanted to listen.
I just heard the last question. I was just gonna chime in, from the research that I've done, and then the research that they are now doing today. We know that they have the science and the technology for chimeric entities right now, and so the Caucasian is. Oh, the damn, just kick me out.
No, you're still there. We can hear you, Chief. Yes, we can hear you.
It kicked me.
Well, actually, what you did is that there's okay. You came again. There's two. Okay. Oh, yeah. Can you hear me, Chief?
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, the live must have just kicked me out.
Okay.
But I was gonna say, from the research that I've done, the Caucasian came from a genetically dead Asian gene, which was the Dravidian or the Neanderthal or what have you. So a dead gene from that specific entity was spliced in ancient times with other animals. Hence, that's why they have the RH factor. Now, you can't get RH factor from straight human Africanoid Negroid beings. So we have to go ahead and kind of break the science down even further, because we can go to the Caucasian being sulfur based. And so how do you get the introduction of sulfur into your genetic code? And so it's high science dealing with these unnatural entities. They're disconnected from all essence of God. So if God is nature, if God is anything that happens innate, they are disconnected from that connection, whether it's air, sea, earth, people, animals, everything that's of nature. The Caucasian race has an innate disconnect from it. That's just my my piece.
Thank you. Now, I would like us brothers to go back a little bit about Arabia. Now, is there any evidence whatsoever that the Persians went to Arabia?
I'm not a historian, but I believe they were going south, and if they came all the way as far as Egypt going south, I'm sure they went further, because they're actually more on that side of the planet. They weren't directly over Egypt. They weren't directly over Greece. If they went east, I'm not a historian, but my belief is that they went south. They were the military power of that time period.
Okay. Now, so we can try to find out for another time, but let's presume that indeed the Persians. Now, by the way, Xerxes the First, that's around 480 BC. Persian king. He was a king between 486 to 465. He was born in 519
After
BC.
or before the Ptolemies?
Before, right?
Yes, before, way before.
Way before the Ptolemies. Okay.
Well, not way before, but before, yes.
Okay.
Because the Ptolemies.
Yes. But I can answer that question.
180.
There's no record that the Persians went south of Arabia. The Persians they passed through the north of Arabia when they conquered Egypt. But there is evidence that the people in South Arabia were bringing tribute to the Persians. But there's no evidence of them sending an army to the south of Arabia. Yeah,
I wonder
that's
Well, isn't it tradition to send tribute after you've been conquered?
Well, yeah.
Yes,
actually, you can use it as a deterrent.
Yeah.
Why would you be sending? Why would you be sending tribute if you haven't been? If you're not subservient to these people?
Because you don't want to smoke.
First of all, the Persians, like when other nations came to pay them tribute, you know, they did that to acknowledge the Persian rulership. You know, some of these nations, the Persians never set foot in. Yeah, but they sent gifts and tribute to acknowledge the authority of the Persians. But yeah, but when it comes to Arabia, you know, Arabia is you know, it's over thousands of miles long from north to south. So it's like, you know, they and also it speaks of the Arabians becoming friends to the Persians. You know, the Arabians were not seen as enemies to the Persians because the Persians helped. I mean, the Arabians helped the Persians conquer Egypt. So and because of this, you know, the Persians did not put the yoke or try to enslave the Arabians or try to conquer them, because they helped them invade Egypt. You know, when you read the story. So, but it's like, you know, they were still the Persians were still I mean, like still ruled by the Persians, or were seen as a vassal nation to the Persians. But yeah, but so far as the Persians sending an army and fighting a battle with the Arabians, no, there's no account of that.
Well, let's say this, because like I said, I'm not a historian, but you know, the one caller said that, you know, so-called Middle Eastern people had this distinct look, which I totally disagree. Take a Habesha person, put them right next to a so-called Arabian person, and the only difference is that the Habesha person is darker.
Okay, put a Khoisan person next to an
The
Asian.
hair is a little coarser.
And then
the hair is a little coarser too.
The Khoisan person is, you know, a little darker with a little, you know, kinkier hair. I mean, that's just genetically they are distinct, right? I can't argue about genetic facts, right? It's like the Maury show. Either you are the father or you are not the father. And when it comes to black people and white people, they are not the father to Middle Eastern people. It is a distinct haplogroup. It is a distinct haplogroup. You test Ramesses III, right? He's E1B1A. A lot of black guys in America are E1B1A, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
You test a Hyksos. It's a completely different haplogroup. It's not a European haplogroup. So you won't see them with blue eyes and blonde hair, and you won't see them with black skin and kinky hair. It's just distinct, just like the Australian Aboriginals. They are distinct. You might say they share some traits with black people, but genetically, you know, we are not the father. Like black people.
That's not true. One second.
It is true. They are very
let me give you a little piece of genetic science. One second. E1B1A is the brother of E1B1B in East Africa. That's flat. Throughout all of the data. E1B1A is the brother of E1B1B.
Yeah, I'm not talking about.
I'm sorry. Just 1 second, Hassan. Did you want to share your screen?
Yeah, I would. I just wanted to show an Australian Aboriginal.
Okay, there it is. There it is.
Everybody.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So these people, they have dark skin.
Well, hold on, brother Hassan. Just one moment. Now, Afro-Asiatic, nobody's being unfair to you. This is Hassan sharing his screen himself. It's not me sharing the screen for him.
That's fine,
you know?
brother. Go on.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, brother Hassan.
What I just wanted to say is that these people are the most genetically, you know, distant from quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans. They're the most genetically distant from us, right? They do have dark skin, right? Some of them have curly hair, different types of curly hair, but they're not a result of white people mixing with black people or Asian people mixing with black people. They are their own distinct sort of people because they're on an island. So their genes are going to be unique to the other population.
What is their haplogroup? What is their haplogroup?
I'm sure they have multiple.
We can get to it. What is their
haplogroup? They are the most genetically distant from Africans because they are from the group of people who left.
What's the name of the tribe?
We're talking about Australian Aboriginals, the indigenous people to Australia.
Okay, now I would like to go back to Arabia. Let's presume, even though there's no evidence of that so far, let's presume that the Persians went to Arabia, and that it's the time when the mixing started. Some other people mentioned that the mixing started earlier with the Jectonites, but let's presume it happened during the time of the Persians around 400 BC. Team Africa Worldwide, in your opinion, how would the Arabs look like 600, well,
How would they look like
800,
when?
800 years later, during the time of Muhammad, let's say 570 to 632?
I believe that it was probably a mixed population. Like I said, here in Detroit, people
if,
who have
if you want to give an example, like
people who have like Arab fathers, they're indistinguishable from African Americans. And right now, if you get a family in the room for a holiday, for Thanksgiving, you'll have from every color, from the palest of white to the blackest of black, all blood relatives. If it's like, say, 30 or more gathered together for a holiday dinner.
That's pretty much fact.
But you know, there's the skin tone is one thing, but the phenotype is another.
Also, hair, and I just had a cousin, one of my favorite cousins I grew up with. But we were only third cousins biologically, but we were close because we were around each other all the time. He was my third cousin. He passed from COVID last year. He had golden skin and he had slanted eyes. And his both of his parents were light skinned, but he didn't have any near white blood in him. It's just that both of his parents were light skinned. His mother was my mother's second cousin. And so black people, we produce everybody, and we've been mixing with everybody. And so just like we come in all these various different shades and phenotypes, hair textures too, because it's a lot. The average African American, they can brush their hair a little bit and their hair will straighten out and become wavy. I couldn't get waves during that time. Back when I had hair, I could brush forever. My hair would never wave up.
Okay,
but but the average African American have a different hair texture than mine. They brush their hair consistently, maybe 10 minutes a day, and then their hair will straighten out. So it's like we have different hair textures. It's not just skin color. We have different features.
So would you say that? So would you say that during the time of Prophet Muhammad, the Arabs look like this, the king of Saudi Arabia?
I would say that there was probably some that looked like him, some darker, maybe some lighter.
Uthman al-Jahiz tells us that there were still jet black Arabs in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of Prophet Muhammad, called Quda. Quda clan. He tells us that.
I mean, they have some now. What they usually say is when they're jet black Arabs, they usually say, well, they're the product of slavery. But then I've seen interviews when you ask them, they say, no, they're not.
They are not.
When you interview who?
When you see interviews, a lot of times of dark-skinned Arabs, they always say they are the product of slavery. A lot of those people say they're not, that they've always been there.
They have the Quda clan, Kedar, the Himyarite kings, Assad, Nawas,
you know, there were some slaves who have been there for a long time. Even in Sahih Bukhari. Hold on, brother Afazati. Hold on.
It's not
yes. Black people enslaved in Arabia, like in other parts, it did actually happen. And in Sahih Bukhari, we are told about some black slaves of Prophet Muhammad. So this is something that used to take place, them having black slaves indeed. But so in your opinion, Team Africa Worldwide, during the time of Muhammad, were the majority of Arabs jet black or looking like the king of Arabia, like we saw earlier?
I wouldn't know percentage wise. What I will say is that the time of Prophet Muhammad really wasn't that long ago. That's kind of almost like modern era.
Yeah, that's 1400
I'm
years
talking
ago,
about that even before him, like far as what color Muhammad was, people debate that and everything.
No, that's why I'm asking about the Arabs.
Yeah,
not
but I don't know what percentage. I just believe that it was a mixed group of people that varied in shade. I I don't know, you know, I can't say, well, it was 70% lighter or 70% darker. I wasn't there to know. I believe it was mixed at some point, just like ancient Egypt became mixed at some point.
Okay, so they were not jet black then.
I don't think so. I don't think everybody was jet black at that time. That's almost now. Like people say Prophet Muhammad, like it was a long time ago. That really wasn't even a long time ago.
Okay, okay.
So my thing is, you know, you talk about ancient Egypt and how Lower Egypt was conquered by all these people, and like that changed the genetic sort of makeup of the population there. I agree with that, right? Like we can even look at the Americas and look how America today versus America just 300 years ago looks very different racially, right? But you will still find, you know, if you go to certain places, you will find native peoples of the Americas. And if you go into Egypt today, Aswan, Luxor, there's lots of evidence and lots of people there who are still black. Where in Arabia, well, actually, so there is a lot of genetic drift from Africa to places like Yemen. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but you know, when we talk about
that's not drift, that's migration.
Yemen that's going on, there's a lot of actual black admixture in Yemen. If you want to look what a Middle Eastern person mixed with a black person looks like, look at a lot of Yemenis children. But where
all of them,
in
all
Saudi
of them are not
Arabia,
mixed.
where in Saudi Arabia, where in North, like where in that entire region of the Middle East do we see these native indigenous black populations still?
But
There's plenty. There's
Yemen
plenty of
is part of the
populations
Arabian
of.
Peninsula. How
There
are
are
you going to
plenty
distinguish
of.
Yemen from the rest of the peninsula?
Well,
There
we
are
know, well,
plenty
we
of
can trace,
populations
we
of
can
black
trace,
people
we
in
can trace,
Arabia
we can trace
and in
the
Iraq. Plenty
we
of
can
them.
trace the population of like mixed black people to Arabia to certain sort of like conquests and certain sort of interactions and trade routes from more recent history. I'm talking about you're saying that these people, even before ancient Egypt was a thing, were black. And I'm not talking about 50,000 years ago. I'm talking about 3,000, 4,000 years ago. I'm wondering where those populations of black people are.
Listen, brother. We don't even have.
They're
We don't even
still
have
there.
to guess.
Like I said, whenever you see them, people say, "Well, they descended from slaves."
Exactly. People. We don't even have to guess. The genetic
Arabs
studies
love to
are
use their black
available.
people. Yeah.
The
that's true.
Natufians are 2 E markers and a CT sub-Saharan African branch. Those are two. Those are two Afro-Asiatic markers and a CT sub-Saharan African branch. That's Natufian. That's 12,000 years ago. We can identify these people.
What time period are we talking about right now, brothers?
1,000 with the Natufian. That's 12,000.
No. But just before you mentioned the Natufians, what like Hassan and Team African Worldwide, what time period were you two talking about?
Well, I've already stated that on a couple occasions. I'm not the historian.
Now, Hassan, what time period are you talking about right now?
I'm talking about within the last. I'll go as far as back as 4,000 BC.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, brothers, it's going to be 4 hours, so I have to go to work tomorrow, and it's about 20 to midnight. So I'm going to let everybody make their closing remark. We're going to go clockwise, so we'll do first Afro-Asiatic, then Radio 1, then Hassan, and then Team African Worldwide. So, brother Afro-Asiatic, please make your closing remarks if you have any.
Peace, Shaka. Peace to the panel. Respect to the platform, brother. We disagree at times, but it's always an honor, because we always, be equitable, with one another. That's the main thing. Very mature platform. Peace to the brothers.
Thank you, brother Afro-Asiatic. Now, brother Radio 1, please feel free to make your closing remarks if you have any.
Oh, yes. I just want to say, first of all, about that claim of Arabia, that is debatable, but I was just pointing that out, because at the same time, now we have to keep in mind when Herodotus was speaking on this Arabia, he was also referring to the lands east of the Nile Delta. And the strange part is when you get farther south into Thebes or Waset or Luxor and even Elephantine, he says nothing about the lands to the east of southern Egypt and Elephantine. He's real silent on that. So it's like, he says He doesn't say anything about, you know, Arabia, east of southern Egypt, you know. So he's talking about the northern part of Egypt. So, you know, you can have a point there, you know, that that peninsula was the Arabia today, because he's talking about the northern part. Now we know that the northern part east of the Nile Delta is the Arabia in Asia, you know. So he says nothing about he is silent. As a matter of fact, he says a lot about the land west of southern Egypt, you know, in Libya. You know, he says that it stretched it was like a huge desert that stretched from southern Egypt all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. But he says nothing about, you know, the part east of southern Egypt, you know. So when he's talking on Arabia, you know, he's talking about the northern part as well. So yeah, you know, that's my area of expertise. You know, I only go by historical records. You know, when it comes to the historical records, I can go all day. You know, a lot of this other stuff, you know, about, you know, these new field of studies, you know, DNA and, you know, and all this new history of West Africa and Africa. You know, I'm really not all into that. You know, and that's why, you know, people say we have no connection to ancient Egypt, because they are referring to fields of history that is like has nothing to do with the records of ancient Egypt. You know, you can't mix what some white man says in the 1900s and 1800s with what the ancient Egyptians are saying in their records. You know, you have to stick to the records. So it's like, you know, so no wonder why they make that claim, because that claim has nothing to do with the sources and history of ancient Egypt anyway. So it's like, you know, that's a whole different field of study, you know, going back 30,000, 50,000 years and so on. So, you know, but if you're going to deal with ancient Egypt, deal with the records that deal with ancient Egypt, deal with the records of the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, the New Kingdom. Okay, why are you going outside of that? And then on top of that, making the claim that West Africans and African Americans have nothing to do with ancient Egypt, but your sources, the sources you're referring to, also has nothing to do with ancient Egypt. So you know, we have to make that distinction. And yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, when it comes to the historical records, there is a connection there. You know, and a lot of these pseudo scholars today, you know, they don't entertain the sources. You ask them for a source, they don't show it. But I'm telling you right now, and that's why, you know, when I talk, you know, I don't have the sources at hand, but that's why I say go to my video. I show the sources, and when you know, and I say it all the time, you know, when the sources are brought forth, the truth come out, and when the sources are present, the truth can't be denied. You know, so it's like a lot of people, you know, they say what they say, but they're not speaking on the source, you know, and they don't have a source present. So it's like, well, what they say is irrelevant, you know, and when you get to the real deal, and you ask them for a source, you know, then they start to stutter, you know, then they can't show it, you know. So yeah, you know, but yeah, but everything I say is based on the source, you know, but it's coming from the source. You can believe it if you don't want to. You can believe it or not, okay. But if you don't believe it, you don't believe in the source, okay? Because I'm speaking from the source. I'm not saying nothing. Everything I say is coming from the source. So if you're going against what I say, you're going against the source. And if you're going against the source and you have no source to back up what you say, you made it up, you know. And you know, and I just find it unbelievable how Black people can say with 100% surety that we are connected to these fairy tale people in the Bible, okay, where there are no historical evidence to prove that they existed. But when it comes down to the real history, like ancient Egypt, where we do have sources and historical records and evidence that we can connect to, all of a sudden it's a problem. You know, all of a sudden we have nothing to do with ancient Kemet. Okay, stop the nonsense. Stop the nonsense, okay? Because a lot of these people that make these claims, you know, they haven't studied the sources, okay? They haven't went over the sources. You know, that is the real knowledge. That is when the real knowledge come into play. When you're inside your bedroom and you're reading and studying, and you got that alone quality time. That is the real knowledge. When you that is when the real knowledge come into play. Okay, not when you get on the live stream, you know, and just talk on your own opinions or leave comments based on your own opinions with no sources to back it up. You know, so yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, a lot of what's being said today, especially when it comes to Egypt and the rest of Africa, is just is based on opinions. It's not supported by history. Okay, and when we get into the sources, you'll see the truth. You'll see the truth, and that's why a lot of these pseudo scholars don't want to deal with don't want to deal with the sources. You know, because that's why they don't show you the source, because they're not being dishonest. They're lying to you. You know, and they want to keep black people down. You know, and they want to degrade us. But you know, as I say, maybe next time, you know, I will definitely get some sources together and expand on my point. And I just, you know, I do it for free, and I love doing it. And you know, it's what I do. And with that said, peace out, brothers. Peace, brother Shaka, and everyone else in the chat. And that's all I gotta say.
Good night. Imhotep.
Thank you, brother Radio One. Now, Hassan, please feel free to make your closing remarks if you have any.
Yeah. So like I would just claims which, you know, as Radio was saying, claims which are presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And I think it's important to, you know, stick to the history and understand that some people, you know, they may be part of religion, or they may have religious beliefs that they want to see reflected in history. But it's the, you know, it's the artifacts, it's the written language. It's like what is actually there that's important. But it's great to, you know, always partake in this community you got going on here. Have a good night.
Thank you, Hassan. Thank you, brother Hassan. Now, brother Team Africa Worldwide, please free to make your closing remarks if you have any.
All right. Asante and Dugo for letting me on again. Asante to all of the brothers who build today. I just want to say we have to be careful about dismissing any areas of study. I'm sure if a person had to get an organ transplant, they wouldn't dismiss DNA. If a person was convicted of murder and they knew they had never been at that location, they wouldn't dismiss the use of DNA. They would welcome it. So I've taken 4 DNA tests, and they don't point against West Africans having no connection with the Nile. And actually, when you, and I know Shaka, you're not, you don't really like oral history. But what I do is I try to combine all areas of study, and the DNA matches the oral traditions. The Hausa and the Fulani say they come from the Nile Valley. The Kota people of Gabon say they come from the Nile Valley, and then the DNA traces back to the Nile Valley. So I think we shouldn't dismiss oral tradition. We shouldn't dismiss DNA. We shouldn't dismiss history. I mean, what we have to know is Wazungu is a liar, and he's always tried to manipulate everything. But in order for them to tell a convincing lie, it's always a truth in there somewhere. And we just have to dig a little deeper and dig the truth out of the web of lies. And we do that by studying all areas of study, and you know, and that's, you know, I try to be brief. That's all I have to say on that, and I look forward to building with you brothers again in the future. Asante.
Asante sana ndugu. Well, thank you, brother Team Africa Worldwide. Now, in closing, now first, Capilot Ram, if you can give us some source next time, a link to any article, because the brother wrote, I don't even know if it's a brother or sister, but DNA tested someone related to a dog. Don't trust DNA. That seems very curious of a claim, but next time if you have any link, let us know. Now, that being said, I want to thank the brothers who called in. It's a good look when you call in, really. And like I usually say, I think we will get some clarity. We don't know it all. I don't know it all. We can always learn every day and sharpen our skills. And if we ever make mistakes, it's okay. It's not the end of the world. I have made mistakes in the past, and I don't think there's anybody on this planet who has never made any mistakes. So let's see what the data allows us to say. So I want to say thank you very much. Stay safe, stay healthy, and if I'm allowed to by the Necheru, then I will definitely holler back at you. Hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes, and here, that's the flyer. Okay, so those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool, but I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neture class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.